Welcome to the meeting of the ESS Committee for February 15, 2024. We probably do need to go around and do introductions this morning. Okay, I'm Nancy Lee, County Recorder, President of ICRA, and for a few minutes, ESS Chair.
Jamie Stargell, Adams County. Julie Haggerty, Polk County.
Lisa Cass, Vice President of the County Recorders Association. Denise Baker, Wright County. Jolene Goodchild, Plymouth County.
Natalie Steffener, Des Moines County.
Philip Malone, Title Guarantee.
Lisa Long, Iowa Land Records.
Phil Dunshee, Project Manager.
Census Young, Project Coordinating. Kristen Delaney, Marketing Coordinator. Welcome. And online we have Lindsay, Webster County.
Hi.
And
Lindsay Loftus-Weather, Webster
Good
County,
morning.
Iowa.
And Ann Travis. And Selena Humphrey. And who else do we have?
Aaron Canfield.
Aaron Canfield. Good morning, everyone. Got that?
Stacy.
Oh, there's Mel. And then Stacy. Kay Kelleher. Jan.
Jan Gamar from
Okay.
Iowa Care.
And David Erickson.
Iowa State Bar
Ashton.
Association.
Okay. Ashton. And Jordan. Andrew.
Tim.
Kim Painter. We've got a lot this morning. Yeah. Renee Arnold. And I think that was it. Oh, nope, there's Carolyn, Lynn County. Okay. Welcome, everyone. We'll get started first with approval of the minutes of December 12th. Everyone had a chance to go over the summary?
I did. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I did notice there was on page 3, Jolene's name is spelled incorrectly.
Second paragraph. Okay, I see it.
It's on the agreement. We're trying to get.
Now I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I don't hear anything either. I'll send Lisa a text.
I apologize for my situation. I'm in temporary space right now and there's a no wall, no ceiling conference room like right next to me. So I've got my headphones on.
Fabulous.
Yeah, it's
Fabulous.
we're here till September.
I can hear you great, if that makes any difference.
Okay, I'll be quiet now too.
Lindsay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, sounds like we're good to go then. There was a correction noted on page 3, second paragraph, that Jolene's name is missing one N. Are there any other corrections or anything? Not will entertain a motion to approve that correction.
That was the only thing I saw. I'll make that motion to approve. This is Lindsay and Webster.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay.
I'll second it.
Jolene seconded. So it's been moved by Lindsay and seconded by Jolene to approve the summary as corrected. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Those opposed, no. Okay, so now we're going to move to the election of officers. We're going to need to elect a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary treasurer. So I first will open it up for chair. Nominations for the chair. I can do it. I nominate Lisa Kent from Wapello County as chair. there any other nominations? You want to just do the whole slate after we get all the nominations?
I would do them one at a
Okay.
time.
Second that.
Okay,
She's okay with that, are you okay with that?
you're okay with that?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm nice, I am.
Lisa Kent has been nominated as chair. Yes, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Okay, now we go to vice chair. Nominations for vice chair.
I'll nominate Julie. She's willing to do it again.
May I have a repeat of who seconded, the election of Lisa Kent? Nomination was made and.
I nominated and
I
Lisa seconded. Sorry, I should have repeated that, I'm sorry. And now Lisa has nominated, Julie.
Jolene nominated.
Jolene nominated
I'll
her,
second.
and Lisa's gonna second. For Julie to be vice chair. Are there any other nominations? Anybody online? Hearing none, all those in favor for Julie Haggerty as vice chair, say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Okay, now we'll open nominations for secretary treasurer.
I have a question about this, if I can bring that up to the group before we go. Is there a reason that we have a secretary treasurer? Is it just a formality? Because what are the roles of that individual? Because Iowa Land Records staff is the ones taking the minutes. So is this necessary to have?
I would say it's customary, to have a secretary treasurer. It would be a true statement to say that, that the actual job duties are, not that, tangible. Usually the secretary treasurer does also serve on the finance subcommittee. And so, it's sort of viewed as a liaison between the ESS committee and the finance subcommittee. That is how it, I'm not a guy who's just say, well, we've always done it that way. That's not who I am, but that has been the practice. So, no, it would be it would be a true statement to say, they don't really prepare the meeting summaries and they don't prepare the budget, but they are definitely a part of the finance oversight, so that is the reason why. Could you do it differently? Yes, you could.
I didn't, this is Mel at Cedar. Previously that position, but I wasn't on finance.
No, just the ICRA treasurer was finance.
Right.
Right, which is Mel now.
Well,
Just Mel
Lisa
now.
was,
I mean, Lisa.
right?
Right.
So
Right,
I'm not
but-
saying it's just a hard rule, but often that's the way it has worked out. And you now are on the finance subcommittee, so.
But is Mel
Correct.
the only one that's on this and the finance committee?
If you look at the membership of the finance subcommittee, I'll just bring that up here real quick. Sherry, when she was president, and then before that, chair of ESS, she served on the finance subcommittee a number of years and still is serving. So that was a connection. And then Lisa, who had been the association treasurer, has served on the finance subcommittee until January when Melissa stepped into that role because she was assuming the role of the treasurer of the association.
But it doesn't have to be somebody that's the finance committee.
It's not a requirement within the policies and
Right.
procedures, similar to sort of the custom, with regard to the executive, board's representative on the committee often has been selected as the chair of the committee, so that is not a written rule. And I would just say, if the committee wishes to change any of the practices, it certainly is your ability to do so.
Well, my opinion right now, just Nancy, my only opinion is that since it's in our policies, that we go ahead and appoint that person. And then if we want to change the policies, we can change that later. And I would also suggest maybe it be somebody different than Mel, because Mel's already on there. I don't know, somebody here interested, or Lindsay maybe is interested. I mean, then you could join the finance committee.
Just what I needed is another meeting.
I know, I feel you.
We do need to change Melissa from
Yep.
Waffle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Anybody else here interested? It's mainly a.
Mel and Stephen.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's a typo.
It's every 2 weeks?
Once a month.
Boy, it seemed like it was every 2 weeks there.
I think,
Supposed to be.
I would be interested if I do not have to keep minutes.
You don't.
I'd like to take minutes.
Okay.
I think it's nice to have three.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll nominate Natalie then. I'll second.
All right. Jolyn has nominated Natalie, and Julie has seconded that nomination. Are there any other nominations?
Thanks, Natalie.
Yeah, thank you. If there are no other nominations, then we'll vote. All those in favor of having Natalie serve as Secretary Treasurer, say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Thank you all. That's done. That's my part. Thank you all. And I'm going to turn it over to Lisa.
well, there are two other things that are related to this that are primarily informational, and I shared this with Nancy this morning, and this just happened this morning, but I did get an email from Laura McKeever indicating that she was intending to step down from the Finance Subcommittee because she is spending time in the legislative policy arena, and she reported, Jolyn can confirm this if you would, that her district has nominated Susan O'Brien, Susan Smith from O'Brien, to serve on the Finance Subcommittee going forward. That's an action that the chair of the ESS committee can take to make that appointment. So I know sometimes there's some confusion where the feeling is it's sort of the decision of the district, but technically speaking, the district nominate people to serve on the subcommittees, and then the ESS committee chair actually makes the appointment, which really can be an email. Nothing too formal, but I wanted to share that with you. And the other thing I would mention, just because it's nowhere else on the agenda, is that prior to the meeting today, there was some email dialogue about taking another run at seeing if we can get somebody to represent financial institutions on the ESS committee, and we have made efforts at that over the years, and the most recent one is we did have a banker from West Des Moines who served for a while and then decided that they just didn't want to commit the time to this. And I think one of the barriers has been that, for whatever reason, the bankers associations, plural, really haven't made it enough of a priority. And I'm not being critical when I say that, but they have received invitations to nominate someone and have declined to do so. And actually, the last person representing a financial institution is somebody that we identified and sort of recruited to join, and then that didn't work out. I would just say that we have been and continue to be interested in having a representative from financial institutions be there. It could be somebody local. So if any of you said, hey, my bank was great, I would love to have them serve, they certainly would be eligible to do that. The additional comment I would make is that it would be very desirable to have someone representing financial institutions, not just from a community bank perspective, but also someone who did have some relationship to the advocacy organizations representing financial institutions, whether it be a credit union or a even it could be a mortgage company or the mortgage association, which is also managed by the Bankers Association. It could be somebody from the IBA. So I would just want to affirm that we would be very interested in having somebody that could represent that point of view, who also might be considered familiar with our services, maybe a user, either as a submitter or somebody who works with a group that does research on behalf of their financial institution or their association. And ideally, it would be somebody who is also at least somewhat plugged into policy-making goals within their leadership group as a stakeholder, not just as an individual, but somebody who maybe served on a legislative committee or served in some type of role within the organization that could really be a liaison, not just to their financial institution, but to all of the financial institutions in the state. So, ready to revisit that conversation, and I would recommend that those of you who maybe have ideas on that, we can huddle with our new chair and maybe come up with some ideas about how to approach that going forward. So it's not on the agenda as an action item, but it was raised prior to today's meeting, and I do want to acknowledge that and would invite any comments that the committee may have before you move on.
I do think that it's important to have that role filled as time goes on. I think especially as we move forward, we do have great representation from other key stakeholders, and I think that is a missing piece to the puzzle. So I look forward to filling that position in the future.
Lindsay, you have a PRIA group up there. Do you have banker or somebody, a member of your PRIA local group?
I do. I actually
Might be
have.
interested?
I have a few. I just don't know that they would meet the criteria. So I would be just a conversation that I will have with her to see, and maybe she can lead me in the right direction as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And now you can officially hand out.
There you go, Lisa. Did we have to do anything? You mentioned something about Susan Smith.
You don't have to do that at the meeting today. That's something that you, as the new chair, can handle after the meeting. So.
Okay. Cool. So the next agenda item is the Treasury Management update. So I think that's you.
This is not an action item. This is an informational item. I defer to Lisa.
Oh, sorry, what is it? I'm sorry.
We're on the
Treasury
banking
Management
resolution.
update.
Oh, okay, so we are doing a banking resolution with Bankers Trust, which I'm going to take this opportunity to say we love Bankers Trust and the community services, customer service they offer. Our representative, Molly Skoda, is on top of it. If we don't hear from her within an hour, it's always within 24 hours. So we will be getting, we'll be communicating with the officers of the association to have your signatures. As you may know, we don't have any physical checks. We use bill pay for everything. It's very secure, it's very efficient, it's very cost effective. So we told her, we got all the information from the four of you who are the officers, provided that to her, and as soon as we move over, she will send that to you, and I believe it's DocuSign, so you can expect that to come. And I'll have her communicate with all of you if you know what to expect, but probably, if not tomorrow, early next week.
Thank you. Financial report.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to make this as painless as possible, but The finance subcommittee did meet, earlier this month, and did review and approve the, financial reports. And the action before you today is to accept and approve the financial reports. These are not as, expansive as what we share with the finance subcommittee, but if you have any specific questions, we would be happy to do that. We, and we talked about this before, but 2022 was a strange year from the standpoint that we, about mid-year, reached a stage where our, accounting file just became very vulnerable to crashing. And it was determined, that we needed to create a new file to start fresh. And that did happen mid-year. It happened at the end of May. And so as we account for the financial, transactions this year, we have two files. We have a file from January 1, 2023 to the end of May. I think it was May 27th, if I recall, and then from May 28th until December 31st. So, that means that I can't just press a button and generate a report from one accounting file for the whole year. We have to sort of piece it together, and we're going to have to do the same thing when we go through the audit this year. So what is in front of you in your packet, and I'm on page 6, is a summary spreadsheet of the main components of the account file. So we have budgeted income and revolving income, budgeted expenses, revolving expenses, and then planned reserve expenses. And in the far left columns, you have the figures that represent what has happened between the end of May and December 31st. And then the middle column is the old file from January 1 to the end of May. And then in the far right column is the combined numbers for calendar year 2023. And so we have budgeted income of $1.748 million and change. We have budgeted expenses of $1.779 million in expenses. We expended over $304,000 in reserve funds, which was primarily related to the creation of the search application. And then the revolving income was, this is all the recording fees and the point of sale fees that we received and then distributed back out to the counties. The income was $32,260,000 and change, and the revolving expenses, the distributions back to the counties were $32,239,000 and change. Revolving expenses and income don't match up just because of the latency of cash flow. So, dollar for dollar, everything that was earned on behalf of the county has been distributed to the counties, but it just doesn't always happen at the same time. So net income overall was negative $314,378, and that is primarily due to the fact that we had planned reserve expenses. That was the main thing. And then the balance of it was the difference between income and expenses in the revolving account, and then we also did slightly in the negative on the budgeted expenses. Then, if you want to dig into the details, pretty much every line item in the budget is presented in that same spreadsheet format. All of the income line items and the expense line items in the new file column, the old file column, and the combined file. And this is a spreadsheet that Kay put together. So, to me, the simplified version is just looking at the budget what did we do with the budget this year? And this spreadsheet that I'm showing you is the budgeted income and expenses only. And it shows that we had the revenue of $1,748,000, and then expenses of, going to the bottom, of $101,779,000, and we did end the year with a deficit of $30,455, which we previously reported that expectation when we met in November. We did make some end-of-year budget amendments to reduce it as much as we could, but let's just be honest, the income was below projections, and this is the result of that. It's not like a local government budget where you know what your property taxes are, you budget to that. It is variable, and there's no doubt that the changes in the economy had an impact on our budgeted expenses. In terms of our balance sheet, I think we are still in pretty good shape. We have, and this is under the accrual basis, so this balance is not the exact balance that's in the bank account. We do recognize income that's earned but not yet received. But as of December 31st, the balance sheet shows cash of $1,619,000. Most of that in a settlement operating account, and then we have over $550,000 in the various reserves, including $406,270 remaining in the software development and equipment maintenance reserve. The other parts of the assets are things that are related to accounts receivable. That would be amounts that we have billed the state for that we at the time had not yet received. The accounting rules require us to count prepaid expenses as an asset. So things that are due, for example, if we were to, buy a license to do something, that would carry over as an asset. Fixed assets include the value of our developed software as well as the equipment that we own, but we also depreciate that as you ordinarily would. Most of the depreciation is over either a 3 or a 5 year period, and so our total fixed assets after depreciation is $480,379, and so our total assets and liabilities are $2,421,000. That is basically the Bankers Trust operating account, and those are the figures that we will be doing with our auditor. We'll be talking about the auditor engagement here later on in the agenda, but preparations are already underway to prepare for the 2023 audit. I'll pause there. Does anybody have any questions about budgeted income and expenses, revolving income and expenses, and anything specific to the Bankers Trust account?
Hey, Phil, it was brought up to me that at the finance committee meeting that they talked about earning interest on that. Can you allude to that to this group so we kind of have an understanding of why that's not being done?
Okay. My understanding of the question is we're primarily talking about interest. I thought about this after the finance meeting, and I remember the finance subcommittee also asked a question about, is there any way we could earn interest on the accounts that we have? I mean, we have over $1 million, and the answer to that is yes, there are options. And I went back and visited electronically with Molly at Bankers Trust, and she reminded me of a few things that I should have remembered when the question came up in the finance subcommittee. And this is really sort of the reason why we are where we are. We have what is known as a full analysis bank account. And a full analysis account is one where you kind of have to have that kind of account in order to do the treasury management functions that we have. In any given week, we may be required to distribute over $700,000 from our fund into county funds. It's a big cash flow issue, and it happens every week. And we have to maintain a certain balance only for cash flow, and that means it's coming in and out. So the nature of our fund, first of all, is not one of, we have $1 million in the bank. It's constantly changing. You're not going to buy a CD because you have to have the cash flow. The other thing about a full analysis account is that it affects your banking fees, okay? So right now we are paying roughly $400 to $450 a month in fees to Bankers Trust for the privilege of having an account. And a full analysis account means that they are keeping track of every dollar that comes in and out, and you're basing your fees on that. We're actually paying less in banking fees than we did with Bank of America right now. It has been lower, and we appreciate that. The other thing that is an aspect of the full analysis account is that the bank gives you credit for the amount of money that you have in your account. So if we maintain a low cash balance and still did the same number of transactions, we would actually pay higher banking fees than we do right now. So when you do the math, you sort of weigh the benefit that if we took as much as we could, absent our cash flow requirements, and say bought a CD or an interest-bearing money market account, or as Molly suggested that we could do, you could get a sweep account that goes in and out and earn some interest from it. That is true. We could earn some interest from our account. But the balance of that is that if we did that, we're probably also going to be paying higher monthly banking fees. And I'm sorry I hadn't dealt with it recently, so it slipped my mind in the finance subcommittee, but we have looked at that. We looked at it when we initially set up the Bankers Trust account and made a determination then that, sort of a wash. We're either going to be earning some interest and paying higher banking fees, or we're going to keep more cash in the account and have lower banking fees. And it did seem easier to say, do we really want to keep track of that every month? Or are we okay with what we're doing and, paying the lower banking fees that we are? So if it is the desire of the coordinating committee or the finance subcommittee that we pursue an interest-bearing type of an account, we'll just have to do the math and sit down with them and say, okay, given certain assumptions, how much interest would we earn, and then what would our monthly banking fee be, and just see how it shakes out. And I'm very happy to do that if the committee wants us to do that. Our judgment has been it probably, so far, and I could be wrong, but it seems like it would be more trouble than it's really worth. So that's sort of how we looked at it. I'm sorry I just wasn't quick enough on the ball to give that analysis to the finance subcommittee when it came out, but that sort of is the background.
Thank you. It was brought to my attention, so I just wanted to know and bring it to the group as well. finance isn't my ball of wax. I'm more the communication side. So I appreciate the thoughts in that. So thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Are these public funds or private funds? And do they fall under IPATE?
What was the last part of the question? Do they fall under?
Would they fall under IPATE?
Okay. Not sure what that is.
Yeah.
The first answer is, yes, these are definitely public funds, no question about it. ESS
So they-
is a
Okay.
public
So
entity.
they probably fall under the requirement for if we wanted to use IPATE, which is the finance for public offices, where we get good interest rates.
I do not know the answer to that question. I'm just gonna say,
Okay. It's just an option I was gonna throw out there.
I'm generally aware that there are public investment trusts and public investment funds. I have dealt with those before. We do earn interest from the money that flows through the treasurer's office because they're the treasurer's office. But I would say, again, we could explore that. In all the conversations that we've had with the state treasurer's office and with the state auditor's office, that really hasn't come up as a subject of discussion. But if it's the desire of the committee that we pursue that, or at least investigate it, we certainly could.
I guess I'm not on the committee, of course, but I would encourage everyone to look into a different account that you do earn interest. I realize it's a high cash flow, but there are other, the treasurer's offices and other businesses that have even a higher cash flow than this, and they earn interest, such as our county treasurer. I talked to her, and she earns the county $300,000 in interest, and her fees are very minimal. So I just would encourage everyone to take a look at it. If the ultimate answer is absolutely not, that's fine. But I don't think we should just take the answer of Bankers Trust and say, oh, we can't do that. I just encourage you to look into it. And since these are public funds, we need to do all that we can to do what's best for the taxpayers.
I'm in agreement.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Renee. I appreciate that. Is that something that we should talk about at our next quarterly meeting then, as far as an action item to maybe send that back to the finance committee? What is the group?
I'm not gonna say you need a motion to do that. If it's a consent or the consensus of the committee that you'd like us to investigate that, we certainly can. And then report back to you at your next meeting.
I kind of agree with Lindsay that I think that's more of a finance committee issue. And I would be willing to throw it back to them and let them decide at their next meeting, if that's something they want to have
Sure.
to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I agree. Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
You bet. I do have just a few more things to report with regard to the financial reports, and the first is the latest statement, or the statement as of December 31st from the State Treasurer's Office for Fund 255. We currently have a balance of $220,455, and you can see that through their account we did earn $636 in interest, and those accounts were successfully reconciled. And that completes the reports, financial reports for the year to date, and would request your approval of the receipt and I guess your receipt, a motion to receive and approve the financial reports.
Have a
motion to approve report?
I'll move to receive the reports as presented.
Julie has moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Bill in a second. Are there any questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? All those opposed, same side? Motion carried.
We do have one informational report under operating costs, and I defer to Lisa.
So, as part of, there's a memo, about the office space recommendations. You may remember that we agreed as a team, to review all office expenses. We have done that. We've done a lot of, I'm going to say, cutting and reducing subscriptions in addition to looking at office space. So we've made a lot of good changes. 99% of the credit and work done on this goes to Kim Keller, our accounting coordinator, who has some experience in commercial and office space, and was invaluable in this. She reached out to brokers after Phil had sent you sent the RFI, am I correct? Phil distributed the RFI, the information came in, Kay pulled it all together, determined what would be good to actually go and look at, see if it would meet our needs, determined what the costs would be, and what additional things would be needed, like purchasing office equipment, moving expenses, what we would need in, even including, some spaces didn't have a room that would be available for a meeting like this, so we'd have to determine how that would work. So after all of that was taken and looked at, we determined that, and we did talk about it a little bit in the special ESS meeting in December, that the best thing for right now is for us to stay here. So we're not moving. This will probably come back at some point, but not right now. And we are open to questions. There was an email that I think was distributed. If we didn't, we'll get it out to you. And everything we looked at and what those costs would be, you know, as far as.
Spreadsheets.
It was a spreadsheet. Okay, it's included in the packet. So I would be open to any questions that you have.
First of all, I think it's a really good idea not to move at the time. I think we're talking about moving because space, and because we're adding people.
No, it was actually.
Because like Kelly could have his own.
You know what, here's what I tell people when we talk about our team. The developers went home for the pandemic and they're not coming back, okay? They're just not. They're all very happy at home. So
Okay.
I don't see them coming back in, do you, Phil?
No, I do not.
No, they're very happy at home. We have really good communications with them through chat software, and we see them on Zoom a couple times a week. There's always an opportunity to jump on a call with one of them if we need them. And I think we have a planning meeting coming up in March, so I don't see them coming back.
Well, I'm all for not doing anything at the present time.
Right, so, I mean, there's a lot of costs associated, and even team time to pack up and move and reorganize and stuff like that. We did look at, anything we looked at was not farther west than like 42nd Street in West Des Moines. Oh, the closest to here was, well, there was one right over here, kind of across from Jethro's, if you've been there, and then another one close to Merle Hay. But we determined really that this was the best place for us. One of the places we looked at Merle Hay, after we had the really big cold weather and snow, I was really thankful for here because we've got like, 50 feet from the door at most. And that one was maybe, it could be 50 to 100 yards. I'm like, well, that doesn't look like fun. Anyway, so for now we're sitting here, and you guys, we cannot thank Kay enough for everything she did to make this happen.
Thank you.
We'll move on. Calendar year 2024 budget amendment.
Okay, we are on, page 17 of your material. And so, historically, the pattern has been, budget amendment, adopted budget in November, right, at the beginning of the calendar year. Consider necessary budget amendments in May, and then have a meeting in November again to do a final amendment to the budget, and then also adopt the next year's budget. That's sort of the pattern that you've been in for a number of years. Given the volatility in the economy, we've had a few more meetings to review the budget than maybe we would ordinarily, and this is one of those occasions. By way of explanation, since we're in February, we haven't had a lot of experience, but we do know some things about what happened in January. So in the first column where you've got sort of the burnt orange color, those are actuals that we know. So we typically, when we amend the budget, we convert it to actual. We're doing that again here. There are a couple of items in the sort of the darker yellow color. You'll see legal fees and government relations. When this document was put together, we hadn't received those bills yet. Okay, no numbers. We expected it to be there, but I'm not going to say for sure. So there are some things that we kind of left in the current category, and we just said, you know, we'll pick those up in the next budget amendment. But those things that we knew for sure, we converted to actual, and we did that for both expenses and also on the revenue side. Okay, so then we looked at new information that we didn't have at the time the budget was originally adopted, and we said, okay, should we make some adjustments based on that new information? So the items that are highlighted in this green color are new information. So the first item, and you can't see the title of this, but this is the line item for the audit, okay? And prior to this meeting, I reached out to our auditor and said, time to do an audit engagement. And with that, they estimate what the audit's going to cost, and the audit is going to be more costly this year, increasing to $11,200. There are two main components to this. One of them is the audit itself, and the other is that we are going to pay for the preparation of the 990 return for the Iowa County Reporters Association, which will cost about $2,000. Why are we doing that for the association? Well, if they didn't have the residual effects of previously being the owner of the bank account, they wouldn't have to do a 990 like this. But because when you put their 990 together, they're still going to have to look at a previous year. They're having to do that because of ESS. So ESS is going to pay for that expense. The other factor that's coming into play is that there's a new audit standard that we're going to have to comply with that didn't exist before, and that is under generally accepted accounting principles. Apparently, they're now going to require an audit of prepaid subscription expenses, okay? And by that I mean, if we buy a service from a software company that says, you're going to support us from July 1 to June 30, that means that we prepaid for that service into the next year, and therefore it is accounted for differently in GAAP principles. We are making a big change in 2024, where we're actually increasing our subscription services for software. So it won't be such a big deal numeric-wise this audit, but it will be in the next audit. Nevertheless, it is a change, and basically they're saying it's going to be more complicated than it was before, and we're going to have to charge you more to do the audit. So that estimate of $11,200 for the audit is new, and we're making an adjustment to account for it. Then going deeper into the expenses, we are making a recommendation, and this is for the communications coordinator position. As you know, at the end of the year, we had to make some difficult choices. And one of the difficult choices is that we had to move the communications coordinator position to half-time in order to save money in the budget. Well, other things are happening in the budget, and we have a little bit of money, and so I am making a recommendation to increase the number of hours that we can pay for that position by 5. So instead of 20 hours a week, it would be 25 hours a week. It's not the same or as good as going back to where we were before, but it is a position that we can take at this time. So I've incorporated that into the budget.
Hello.
Then the next thing,
Yeah, you probably should. You're gonna have to eat a little bit
Hey.
and whatnot.
You're on the phone, yourself?
I'm gonna mute it. Okay, that was very entertaining though. So the next item is conferences and meetings. I am requesting to provide a budget for attendance at the career conference coming up in March. Since I've been fairly active on some committees, I'm actually on 2 different panels. I probably should show up. So I'm recommending a budget of $1,750, which covers the airfare, the conference registration, and the hotel for that event. I am paying for my own way back because I'm going to be doing some personal things. So it's one-way airfare. So that is incorporated into the budget. Then continuing on, and this is probably the biggest change, is that we are going to be converting Nancy Garwal's position from a full-time developer position to a half-time developer position. This is not because we're forced to, because of the budget. It's because, she recently expanded her family, and she's making a personal request to go back to a half-time position. And so I am making a budget amendment to reflect that. So this is lower, basically half as much as what we would have otherwise budgeted. As you can see, we allocated 135,000 hours a year for Myrna's position, 148,000 for Kelly's position, which is the right amount. And in fact, maybe we should be higher, but that's the way it is. And Nancy was sort of in between that in terms of her place on the salary scale, and we're basically taking that. So that is reflected in the budget as well. Another big change in the budget is that we, with your approval at your previous meeting, we are now moving to the cloud. And that process is underway, and that means that we're going to be spending more with LightEdge for our services in lieu of going out into the market and buying a whole new set of servers and storage equipment, new firewalls and everything. We are going to be moving, and we are in the process of making that move. So the monthly expenses for our data center and hosting services are going to increase from $3,052 a month to $7,981. As we continue to move forward with that process, I just share with you that I am more convinced than ever that this is the right direction for us to go for long-term sustainability. Yes, it is a higher monthly cost, but we're not going to have to buy a big storage device anymore. We're not going to have to buy new servers. And also, we're also going to have the benefit of the fact that our best developer, Kelly Wallace, who's our technical lead, is gonna have to spend less time babysitting all of the equipment and doing more time doing development work. So that's the direction that we're headed. You'll see that I have changed, we previously budgeted a separate amount for moving to a managed firewall. Basically, I zeroed that line item out, and that expense is now all in that data center and hosting line item. And let me see. One other change that I made is that looking at planned expenses for the remainder of the year, we had budgeted an amount for renewing support for our servers. We don't have to do that anymore, so we zeroed that out. And then, if you look at the overall budget, when we put the original budget together, we estimated an ending balance of about $348. And now we are projecting a balance of $60,474, which gives us a little bit more breathing room. And there are other parts of the budget that we're working on that we hope we also will be able to save some money. One example of that, let's see if I can pull that up here real quick. We budgeted a pretty healthy amount for Amazon Web Services, and we're going to be working to leverage our new managed arrangement to reduce that expense. So we were on a path to be spending almost $2,000 a month just with Amazon, and we think that we're going to be able to hold those costs down as we get into the remainder of the year. So,
Phil, can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
Can you allude to more what those Amazon Web Services are? Again, that's failing me right now.
To know what Amazon Web Services is used for.
Oh, Amazon Web Services is our backup. So, and basically our entire image repository is residing in Amazon Web Services, so that if we ever had a disaster and we needed to restore the database, we would be pulling it back out of Amazon. That's how we use Amazon. Because otherwise, it doesn't, we don't have any other offsite backup. That is our offsite backup.
Thank you. I remember now.
You bet.
What line item is that on here? Sorry. Probably not in it, but-
It's in the list of
AWS.
software, and it's called AWS. Thank you. Good question, Lindsay. Thank you. One other thing I just feel compelled to remind you of, that there are some things that we are going to use reserve funds to pay for this year. Not as much as we had to last year. There are some technology-related things that we are going to use reserve funds. Now, my hope is, call me a dreamer, but I'm hoping that the economy begins to rebound as we get into spring. And our thought would be that if that happens, then things that we might have spent from reserve funds, we can just put back into the the other thing that I would just mention real quick, go into the income side of it. The budget that you approved for the maintenance credits, which we're going to talk about here, was $115,000. I'm not recommending any change in that today. And I am going to be asking you to approve the maintenance credits for this year. But I do hope that when we get to May, a quarter from now, that maybe that can be revisited. If things start to bounce back again. I may be dreaming, but, we've been down for quite a while. I'm hoping that things start to bounce back. So those are my budget recommendations, for, this, meeting. I would be happy to answer any other questions and would request your approval.
The other orange color meaning like.
The other orange colors that I have are just, for example, this one that I'm highlighting just tells me there are 3 payrolls that month. Okay, and then there are some, elsewhere in the budget that, there are no change. They're sort of reminders to me, okay, we gotta watch that one that month. Salaries is one of them, and then you'll see in that list of software, there are some things that have an orange color but are zeroed out. That means it's an item that we're planning to spend reserve funds on. But we might change that, once we, get deeper into the calendar year.
So, Phil, for Myrna, you had, is that right? You had already had that one calculated in there from the original proposed,
Thank you.
right?
The answer to that is yes, so let me go to that. So in this line item here, that is labeled technical support and development, that is Myrna's position. And in the previously adopted budget, I had included a compensation adjustment for Myrna. So the committee had already approved the budget, but then you declined to accept my recommendation for a pay change. So the money's still in the budget, and I'm not changing that. But I am recommending again that we take that action at this meeting. That is, give Myrna a compensation adjustment, which we'll talk about. There's another item in the packet about that, but that is already in the budget.
So what is the difference, I guess, between what we approved and what's being amended for the total expenses?
Well, the basic difference is that you have a projected balance of about $348, and now the projected balance would be $16,474.
There are no other questions. I'll entertain a motion to approve the budget amendment.
I'll make that motion.
There is a question in the chat pod from Aaron. If this budget is approved, it includes social expenses that have not been approved yet.
It does.
Yeah, because I ate last time too.
Yeah.
It
We
was,
did it the same way last time.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what we kind of talked about at our last meeting too, is that we have an action item on amending the budget, but then yet later on is when the action items actually come. So it does seem a little backwards to me as well. But I had shared that last time. Yeah.
There could be different minds on this. From my way of thinking, it's difficult for me to make a recommendation to take action on something if it's not really in the budget. You know, how can I take that action if it's not in the budget? And then if you decide not to do something, well, that means we're not spending the money, and then we deal with it in the next budget. That's sort of my ethic about it, is I can't recommend something to you that is not in the budget. So do the budget first and then take the action. If you choose not to take the action, we may or may not have to go back and revisit the budget, because in most cases, no harm is done. We'll fix it the next time. So you could do it the other way around. I acknowledge that. If you wanted to, we could defer on this now, and you could do all that other stuff. You're the committee, I'm just the guy.
Well, my question is, I guess, I understand the question, but if some of the things that they're concerned about, would it be like, payroll? Is it the payroll part, or is it, what parts are, I mean, because basically you're increasing some places but decreasing in other places. And you're showing, the balances being larger than what we had before. So what we're here to do is say, that looks good, the budget looks good, and then you're gonna come back and ask for the action items. Correct?
Right.
Because we have approved the budget as it is, and it's increased, balance is increased, which we like. So basically what you're saying is if we approve this budget as it is, then you have a way to go and say, okay, now, these are the things that they have approved, now, these are the action items, do you approve us of doing this, this, and this, to get to that point?
Right. That is correct.
It makes sense to me.
Does that make sense to everybody else? Yeah. So we have a motion to approve the budget amendment as presented. Do we have a second?
Who made the motion?
Dylan made the motion. Yep. Dylan, don't have a second yet. Jamie has seconded that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, say aye.
Sorry, I didn't vote.
Yeah.
I didn't get unmuted fast enough.
I know. I will pause longer between the motions,
It takes practice.
yeah. So motion carried.
Hold on.
Okay.
I know.
Dylan made the motion, Jamie seconded. Next item is,
I have to read. And this source, this doesn't show how much bigger the number at the end would be, how much more than 16,747 would it be without the upcoming item?
so she's asking if we don't approve her raise, how much would that increase to
I think
60,000?
that's coming shortly. So,
Well, you have,
In the budget.
Right.
you know, just running through them again, you have,
This is probably Ann's first time.
Okay, good question.
I'm just gonna say, the audit expense is what it is. Not gonna change that. You can see that the amount that we spent in January for Kristen's position was $2,827, and I'm recommending $3,010. So 3,010 minus 2,827 is roughly the additional amount that you're gonna be spending. I didn't have it as an action item, but if you somehow decided that I wasn't going to go to FRIA, you would be spending $1,750 less. Expense associated with the change in Nancy's position is a reduction in expense. I'm not sure I see the scenario where you wouldn't approve of the switch in Nancy's position to half-time. Then, you have previously approved, which is not an action item on the agenda, the switch to managed services. And if you didn't approve this, then you would be paying for it out of reserve funds. So, that's something. The change in the light edge firewall line item is kind of a wash because we just moved it up into a different line item. So if you didn't approve that, we'd still pay for it out of the line item, and the rest we would pay for out of the reserve fund. If you didn't approve the reduction in the server maintenance, well, it would be in the budget, but we probably wouldn't be spending any money. And the money for the compensation adjustment for Mona is already in the budget. So if you choose to decline my recommendation again, that just means we aren't gonna spend that money on it. So I don't know what the final math is, but to me, it's kind of like the main difference is, if the balance is, 15,474 minus 384, that's kind of, if you didn't do this, that's what the difference would be, so.
I think,
Am I-
as I read what she's saying, she wants the individual items approved first. So when, for instance, you say, here is the document for maintenance, this is how much it's going to cost. She wants that done first, and then after that, you show the budget. I think that's what I'm gathering from.
But as Phil explained, you gotta look at the budget to make and have all of these items, baked in before you can approve them. So I think he said if you wanted to defer on the budget now until those other items were approved, you could do that. But he has to prep this budget with all of this in to say, yes, we can afford it, or no, we cannot. And
Well, and last time we approved the budget but did not approve the
Right.
action for the salary
Right.
increase.
correct. And I sit across the hall from him, and I know he spends a lot of time on this, making sure everything fits. And Kelly, he goes to Kelly and says, what about this?
I guess I don't want to challenge or question your ability to question me on anything. I'm totally okay with that. I would just say, in answer to the question, how much more would there be, much bigger would the balance be if you didn't do some of the things? I don't think it would be that different, because the biggest changes you've already approved in a previous meeting, and I can't possibly imagine a rationale for not accepting somebody switching from full-time to half-time. And so it kind of comes down just to a few things. So my answer would be, I don't think the balance would be that much bigger.
Anne's question might be answered later when we discuss the action items for the payroll, because I don't think we're clear on what the percentage is, those of us that weren't involved in the conversation prior. So I think maybe that might clear things up as we move on. So the next item is assignment of credits for e-submission. That's an approval item. Bill, was that you? Did you vote though on this? Yes. Yeah, motion carried. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we are on page 20. And you heard enough from me already, so I think the memo kind of speaks to itself. The spreadsheet associated with it shows basically the results of the formula. Same formula that we have followed in prior years. The only difference is that there is not enough money in the budget to keep everybody whole from what happened the previous year. We had to cut the budget. This was one of those areas that was cut in order to balance the budget. When you do the formula, and this is just the way the formula works, you budgeted originally $115,000. The formula, the way it works, which is an adjustment based on the ratio of these submissions, you end up spending $103,761. That's just the way the formula works. You budgeted $115,000. So as you have done in recent years, you say, okay, what would it take to spend up to the $115,000? And the practice in the past has been, well, just to add an equal amount to every county's cost share credit, treat everybody equally until we spend that amount of money. And so what we ended up coming up with is, okay, if we ran the formula and then we added $110 to everybody's cost share credit, that would end up spending, $114,651. Well, once you're that close, it's kind of hard to narrow it down, so that's what the recommendation is. The total amount would change to $114,651.53, and the specific amount that each county would get would be based on the formula, which is a calculation of the ratio of these submissions. So if you were a county that was above the statewide average, which was 62.12%, you would get more. And if you're a county that is below that, you would get less. That is in part intended to be an incentive for counties to promote resubmission. And so that's how we are where we are. And I guess I would repeat what I said earlier when talking about the budget, that I have instructed Lisa to not send invoices to counties until after your May meeting. And then that way we can look at it again in May, and we can put some more money into the contract credits, we can. And then with that known number, then we'll do the invoices to the counties. And I guess one other piece of the backdrop is that in the recorder's review of potential recording fee policy changes, there seems to be a lot of support for saying we have to increase the fees enough to pay for all of the maintenance so that we don't have to do this credit sharing anymore. Just make it a part of the regular ESS budget. But recording fees have to increase to permit that to happen. And so that's sort of the direction that we're going. And so the formula is what it is, plus $110 per county. Fits within the $115,000 budget that you approved in November and affirmed again a few moments ago.
Are there any questions?
I do have a couple questions, and I ask this every year because I just wait till my invoice comes. But so this cost share amount is subtracted from the $3,149.95, correct?
Correct. When your invoices are issued, we always issue in May, sometimes April. This year we won't do it until after ESS in May, so that counties may choose to pay all or part from either fiscal year, knowing that it should be paid as soon as possible after July 1, because we have to pay the service providers.
For sure. And then the last question I had was, how come Cerro Gordo is highlighted? I thought maybe they were the highest percentage, but it looks like Johnson County. So it looks like Johnson County is. So I just was questioning that.
Yeah, and the reason for that is up through this year, they have an in-house system, so they do not pay a third-party service provider except for their imaging provider. So the way the formula works out, even though they have a fairly high percentage that would put them higher, lower it to what their actual expense is for their imaging service provider. So they sort of a ceiling that you can't, we wouldn't give a county more than they actually owed in maintenance expenses, right? And that's why it's signaled out, because they're the only county that happens in.
Thank you. Aaron does have a question in the chat.
Yeah. What are these fees used for? I know it's in the 28E agreement and in Chapter 9 of the ESS policies and procedures.
So, in order to make the Iowa land record system work, we have to have an integration with each county. And we make that integration through your service provider. It might be Solutions, it might be Tyler, Cott, whoever that may be. And because they are providing a service to us, we value that service and we pay them a maintenance fee. The maintenance fee is based on a per county basis. We don't pay them more for a large county or less for a smaller county. The fee is the same every county. And then depending on how many counties they serve, times the established maintenance fee, that's what they get. And I would say overall, 20 plus years, it's actually worked out pretty well. It's been a little bit harder this year because inflation has been high. But we have a governor on it that says, no matter what inflation is, your fee increase won't be more than 3.5%. And that's how we calculate it. So all of the money associated with this goes not to us, it goes to your local service.
If there's no more questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the assignment of credit.
I'll move.
Lynn, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Julie has seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion approved.
Thank you.
Next item is under contracts and agreements, the audit engagement metrics. Are we going there? Oh, okay, metrics, sorry.
This is very simple. I would just report to you that e-submission activity in the most recent month of January is the same as it was in 2019. So 2020, I'm sorry. So it doesn't really show up as a separate dot because it's right on top of 2020. And I would interpret that as good news. It's a little bit higher, not hugely higher than we have seen recently, but heading in the right direction. That's all I have to say about that.
Hey, quick
I would like
question.
to, yes.
Can we go back to the cost share credits? Would we anticipate those being any lower than what they are right now? What is being proposed right now? Or we're holding off in hopes that they will be more?
Because we did 115,000, they wouldn't be lower, would they?
They would be less after the May ESS meeting.
No, I think this is the floor, Lindsay. I would not anticipate lower credits going forward.
Okay,
It'll be higher.
thank you.
The percentage calculated as of December 31st of 23, right?
Yes,
So it'd be what was recorded in 2023.
correct. So it's a percentage of total docs and electronically recorded documents to total documents.
I wasn't sure on the date. Okay.
Just in case there's any uncertainty about this, we take the budgeted amount, divide by 99, and that's the base amount, okay? And then the ratio is applied to that. So if you have higher than the state average, you get above that base amount, and if you have lower than that, you get less than that. But the first step in the whole process is 115,000 divided by 99. That's where we start.
Okay. Moving on, under contracts and agreements, audit engagement with addendum.
By the way, I'm hoping that we can get through these administrative items and then take your lunch break. That's kind of what we're shooting for. So I do not have a lot of explanation to this. We have worked with them quite a number of years, and to get right to the bottom line, if you go to page 29, that is the fee that they're projecting. And we have to do an audit. I request your approval.
I do have a question on this. There, on page 26, it says that we have identified the following significant risks of material misstatement as part of audit planning, management override of internal control. Can you talk to that for the information, please? It's right there on that bullet point on page 26. There you go, at the bottom, the second line from the bottom.
Identify the following significant risk of material.
Can somebody help me point out
Sure.
exactly?
Article 26, this statement, management override, we've identified the following significant risks.
I do not know exactly what they're referring to.
I'm gonna guess if we looked at a previous audit engagement letter, it said the same thing. I have worked through many audits with Robert and his team. We have always had a clean audit. We are very transparent about our financials. The internal controls that are in place are really good.
And,
We look at everything.
you know.
I'm not discrediting that at all. I'm just
Yeah.
asking. I've never noticed that before, and that was brought to my attention as well. So, I just wanted to bring it up to the group.
I think that's an excellent question. I wish I had a better answer for you, because I haven't asked that question. But if I were looking at our situation right now, I would say the biggest risk that we have is that we had to split the financial accounts in two, and that is going to complicate this year's audit. And that was a management decision. We made a management decision to say we have to split the file because the old file was at risk of crashing. I definitely exercise management judgment to do that. That could be what they're referring to. I will follow up with Robert, our auditor, and ask if he had anything else specific in mind, because I'm otherwise not aware of anything. But fair question, I'll get an answer.
Thank you.
And I look back at last, that wasn't last year's.
It wasn't last year.
It was. I mean, it makes sense, because as a manager, you're looking at, you do have internal controls, but there may be a situation that comes up. So it does make sense. It just stuck out. So I just bring it up to the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Well,
I'm
a
good.
lot of it too could be that you are providing the information to them. They are not working here. They are not
Right.
they're not the comptrollers. But basically, they're saying your financial statement does not relieve you of your responsibilities, and this is, if you're providing me the information, I can only do what I can do with the information you give me.
DYA on that part.
Just like when you do your personal tax.
I'm not gonna say that the auditor's just covering themselves, but, but it's a fair question, Lindsay.
Yes, it is, Linda. Yes.
We'll follow up on that. Have we acted on that yet?
No.
Okay.
I would entertain a motion to approve that.
I think.
Jamie has made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Denise has seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion has carried. Next item is the point of sale system agreement.
We started to discuss this at your previous meeting. We've also reviewed it a couple of times with the finance subcommittee. And I'll say it this way, made a management determination that it would be a good idea to change our point of sale system. We've worked with Bank-Code USA for a number of years, and I have to say, generally speaking, they've done what we asked them to do. They've done it at the price that they quoted. And if you look at the entire panoply of transactions, it hasn't worked. So what's different? I think there are two things that are different. One of them is, in recent history, customer support from Bank Card USA has not been very good. Bank Card USA relies on first data as the backbone of doing the transactions. Most people in the country, whether they know it or not, are using first data. Bank Card USA is the intermediary. In most support cases recently, when we've run into an issue, Bank Card USA's answer has been, I don't know, that's first data. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know when they're going to fix it. I don't know what the problem is. In recent history, devices started to fail. And it turned out that the devices that you have just simply needed a software update. But when we asked Bank Card USA that question, they didn't have the answer, or at least not right away. In fact, this information was, oh, well, you're going to have to retire all those devices and replace them. And so set off a chain of communications about, well, what are we going to do about that? And how are we going to pay for it? It turned out that, yes, the telephone devices are approaching end of life, but for now, all that was necessary was a software update. So it leads us to conclude that our customer support really isn't being that attentive. And we asked ourselves, could we do better? So the other thing that we asked ourselves was, we should go back and look at the math of how they're charging their fees and verifying that they're doing that correctly. So we asked Kay to go to work to start doing some homework on that just to make sure, because this all came up during that period when we really had to tighten our belts. And we were trying to leave no stone unturned. So the result, part of what happened in the chain of events is that we already have an agreement with NCMIC, otherwise known as Professional Solutions, to do our online credit card transactions for e-submission. I've worked with them for years as well. Pretty darn good customer service. They're local. We have appropriate but still professional relationships with them. We know them. We've met with them face-to-face many times. And so I instructed Kay to reach out to our contacts at Professional Solutions to help her do the financial analysis about how the fees were being charged. It turned out that we were being charged appropriately, according to contract. No issues there. But that led to some additional conversation about, we already have a contract with NCMIC, maybe we should switch our point of sale system to them because we have a good relationship with them. They're here, they're not in California. And we haven't been really happy with Bank Card USA lately. Should we start talking about that? And that led to some serious conversation about, could you do it? Would you do it? How much would you do it for? What would you be able to meet all of our business requirements? And the answers to those questions kept coming up, yes, yes, yes. So we invited them to make a proposal to us. And that's the result of that is what you see on page 31 and 32. Well, I'm not one to just accept somebody else's contract. So we have a master agreement with MCMIC today. We amended it back in 2019 just to update it. And so amendment number 2, which is represented on pages 33, yeah, we have that, all the way to page 4. And so in the amendment number 2, which we prepared, we update certain things, make cross references to new documents. We added a new section on the scope of work relating to the point of sale system that are outlined on the top of page 34. Then we suggested some language on the process describing the workflow of how a point of sale credit card transaction would take place, because we wanted certain things to have that happen. We wanted to make sure that they were handling bill payments correctly according to our expectations. And then you get to the end to talk about the reports that we needed in order to do the transaction. So what happens today, which generally works pretty well, is transactions happen on a previous day. The next morning we get a report. We have coded our system so that we can submit that report into our system, and our system generates the master file to distribute money back to the counties, and it generates an IIF file that we can import into our QuickBooks system. So we have to have that report, and so we specify more explicitly in Amendment 2 what that report is and how it's to be formatted. And then we've got all of our bases covered. And until a few days ago, this was a draft. NCMIC has agreed to this amendment. And actually what I'm proposing is that you adopt the merchant agreement amendment and then adopt the master amendment to the master agreement to do this. This also answers another question, and that is, what are we going to do with this end-of-life equipment that we got from our current provider? And the answer to that is they're going to provide us one for each county. And if the county needs more, then we'll have to work out payment for them, which will be $250, $300, something like that. We'll work that out. But it answers our questions that they're just going to be providing this to us at no additional expense to ESS or the counties. The only condition is that they're their equipment, and if something ever happened, we'd have to return it to them. If their equipment, through normal wear and tear, wears out or starts malfunctioning, they'll replace it at no additional cost. So we've got the potential of having a better service. The fees are about the same or lower, so our costs are not really going to be impacted. We answered the question about the replacement devices, which in the case of our current vendor, we'd have to buy a new device. We'd have to buy them all. And we have a local vendor that we have a good relationship with and provides good customer service. One other thing I will say in terms of, well, if we approve this, how is this going to happen? and it's gonna happen incrementally. We do not have to do everything all at once. We can start out with a county or two, and then just start transitioning people at our own leisure. And the reason we can do that is because, well, we still have an agreement with Bankcard USA. And the nature of our agreement is that it's not exclusive. So we don't have to fire them, we just have to stop using them, okay? And then we'll tell them they're fired at a later time. But we won't have to have a big cutover, we can do it incrementally. And then the other comment I would have, I want you to be aware that we have reviewed our current agreement with the current vendor, with our legal counsel, and we are on solid ground. Our agreement is now exclusive, and we can make a change whenever we want to. I think that's all the background I have. What are your wishes?
So I have a question on that. We used to be able to go online and enter credit card information. Is there an opportunity to do that with this system as well? Like currently, my point of sale is at the counter, so I have to like leave my desk, put them on hold, and go to the counter to enter a credit card. It'd be nice to just don't do it from my desk.
I believe the answer to that is yes.
That'd be great, because a lot of you do take some phone things,
Yeah,
right?
yes,
Okay.
I take.
We can double check that with our contact.
Yeah, I think that's what's double section, but, yeah, I believe that's.
A make or break
There
thing for me,
was
but.
also a comment in a previous meeting about, sometimes if the card was tapped, the fee would not be charged correctly, and we confirmed with our contact med that absolutely will work. So I believe that you will all find their customer service to be amazing. So I sometimes struggle with Bankcard USA because they're so good getting to the right person. So,
Well, and they're on Western time too, right?
they're what?
I don't know, I've called them before and they're not open because they're in California.
They're California,
Well,
right. So
sorry,
the
I need to know.
clock is limited when you're having a
Yeah.
crisis and it doesn't work, right? So they're located in Class City, have no point golf, they're right there.
Any other questions? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the agreement. I'll move.
I'll second.
So Lynn has moved and Jamie has seconded the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Jolene made motion and Jamie seconded.
So it doesn't have, you said it is bill?
Bill.
No, there's no cost attached, it's just a user fee, but there isn't an actual cost.
Well, I mean, it's a cost that the ESS bears, okay? So we currently charge a surcharge of 3% on each transaction. And that is enough to cover the cost of the fees that we will pay to the service provider. So the county won't have any cost. If you're a county that has 3 or 4 or 5 devices, we might ask for some cost or money on that. I don't think NCMC will provide multiples. We'll have to figure out how to pay for those. Can I answer the question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if we're including, well, if there's an approval amount that we're including in the, you know. Our surcharge is covered under our policies and procedures, so that's already in place. You don't have to do anything with that. If we were to increase the surcharge to 4%, say, which would be the maximum allowed by the card companies, then we would bring that back to you for action.
If there are no other questions, all those in favor of the motion, reply by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion approved. Next item are the, staff appointments.
If you turn to page 41 and 42 of your materials, really all of the additional items under contracts and agreements are covered in that same memo. Item 1 refers to the increase in the number of authorized hours for a communications coordinator, which you did approve you approved the funds for as a part of the budget amendment, but now we're asking for your authorization to implement that. Item 2 relates to a renewed request to increase compensation for Myrna Addison, and I can explain that when we get there. Item 3, as shared with you before, Nancy Garwal has requested to move to a half-time position. We hate to lose her full-time services. On the other hand, certain budget goals are accomplished by that, so we're thankful there's no change in her hourly rate of compensation. And then the last item covered in the memo is a request to provide for PTO for our what will be now 3 part-time positions in the table of organization. So I defer to the committee, but I guess it would make sense to start with item 1, and I would request your approval to authorize the increased hours for our communications coordinator.
Are there any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion to increase hours by 5 for the part-time communications coordinator. Do anybody so move?
I would make that motion. I will second.
Okay, it's been moved by Denise and seconded by Julie to approve that increase. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you. So I'll talk just a little bit more about Myrna's position. It would be a fair question to say, well, gee, what's changed since November? We said no then, and you still have the wage freeze generally in place. Nobody else is getting a raise. Why are you suggesting this for Myrna? And I would just say it is in our best interest to retain Myrna in the role she's in, because she is now, even more than Kelly, the most knowledgeable person about our API with the county service providers. She has singularly, I know that Nancy's contributed a little bit, and Kelly has to some extent, but I just have to say Myrna has singularly updated the submission API, which we're now in the process of implementing. I'm pleased to say that we're over halfway done with solutions counties that have made that conversions now, and I think by the time we get to the end of March, we'll be done with solutions. And she's actively providing support to the Gordo County, to Avenue Insights, and Tyler, wherever they are. She's not only done the coding, but she's doing implementation work to get those counties converted. She has also been the principal author of a new API for the county upload side of things, the thing that keeps our languages database populated and online. That is being updated as well. And you would be in a very difficult spot. Not that she's said, give me a raise or I'm going to leave, nothing like that. But we need to let her know that she is appreciated. So Kelly's still not getting a raise. We do appreciate him. nobody else is getting a raise. And that's not gonna change until the economy improves. But we would be hurting if Myrna weren't there to do this, work. And she already is below market rate, in my opinion, in terms of her compensation level, and she could get a good job elsewhere. So, I don't mean to sound belligerent about it. I hope I'm not coming across that way, but I do say I would feel strongly that at some point we need to do something. It's already in the budget. It was in the budget that was approved in November. I think every member of our team understands what we're doing here. And so I would respectfully request your approval.
Now, can you tell me how much the 5% is in a number, money?
And,
How much?
Money-wise, what's the
5%.
number, the 5%?
well, I'll go back to the budget.
When's the last time, when's the last time she got a salary
To take 5% off of that,
then?
to figure out
I think if we had,
Research,
So,
you know, when's the last time she got a salary increase? Then?
if you look at where we're at, if you look at what the actual expenditure was in January, the monthly expenditure per position, this is the benefits and everything, was $10,224. And the proposed budget monthly would be, so I didn't keep that, I went to actual, but I'm comparing 10,630 to 10,224, so we're looking at $400 roughly a pay period, times, I should say per month, and you multiply that by 11, so I guess it's $4,400.
and Lisa, you're saying the last time you believe she got a raise was in,
They asked when the last time there were increases. I said 22, am I right?
Definitely was probably December of 2022. Census actually got a raise most recently. That was before the budget belt tightening occurred.
and the part-time software developer the software developer going part-time would kind of offset a little bit the compensation for Myrna.
The way I would say it is that switching to part-time is what's allowing us to put the managed services into the budget instead of the reserve fund, because the resources for Myrna's position was in the budget you originally approved. You didn't authorize me to do it, but the money was already in the budget.
How much is Nancy picking up what Myrna, with Myrna going part-time, how much of that's falling on Nancy to pick up?
No, you gotta-
On her way
It's
through.
the other way.
Flip it around.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I would say, you know, the reality has been, in terms of our development team, Kelly is keeping the ship running, and he's overseeing the migration to the cloud. When he's done with that, we get part of Kelly back on the development team. Myrna has been almost 100% dedicated to the API updates, not only doing the decoding work, but helping the service providers make the migration. And that's going to probably be true until the end of 2025, maybe even into 2026, because not every service provider has been right on it. Some are a little slower. It's a huge job, this migration. And so Nancy is currently working, first of all, she hasn't been working full-time for a while now because she was out for maternity leave, and even after she's come back at the end of maternity leave, she's still practically just working that time. And I won't go into it more deeply than that, but
what we have Nancy doing right now is all of the software enhancements, bug fixes, things that are associated with maintaining and improving our current operation. Most recently, she's been working on completing some of the management tools in our software so that we can retire legacy systems. There are some things that still have to be completed. You know, our ability to do discretionary software enhancement is fairly limited right now because we have big things going on, and practically we already have only 2.5 developers right now. So when you get to later parts of the agenda, when we start talking about big ideas that we'd like to do, we're going to have more resources for that. There's just no question about it. So I wouldn't say that Myrna's burden is going to change. It's just that on the software enhancement side of things, or in the support side of things, we're just going to have less resources to work with than that. Obviously, Kelly does jump in to support issues when necessary. But a lot of support issues have been deferred to Nancy, and she'll continue to work on those things when they arise. I don't know if I answered your question, but I don't see a lot of change in Kelly. I don't see Myrna really taking on more than what she's already done. We're still going to use Nancy for those support issues and software development issues as they arise.
Any questions?
I'll just comment on this. I will be voting no on this. I just really struggle with the fact that we're cutting staff, but yet we want to give raises. Otherwise, I'm not discrediting the fact that she probably doesn't deserve it, but I do think that we have a great team overall, and I think that I personally want to stay consistent.
Well, I kind of disagree with you a little bit, Phil. I think that Myrna is going to absorb some of the brunt, some of the more seriously. I work in an office where one person is there part-time, some of them pick up the slack. So I agree with the fact that she is valuable, and I understand Lindsay's position as well, that we're cutting other people's positions a little bit, but I think in the fact that she probably will be picking up some of Nancy's work load, that she probably does deserve. Okay.
So would anybody like to make a motion to approve a 5% compensation adjustment for Myrna?
I will move to approve 5% compensation adjustment for Myrna Anderson.
Okay, so it's been moved by Julie. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And it's been seconded by Dylan. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign?
No.
No.
I believe motion carried with only 2 noes.
Thank you. Item number 3, again, is just simply to accept request and recommendation to take Nancy to a half-time position, or I should say part-time position. The hourly rate would be the same at 54.3.
Any discussion?
Phil, do you anticipate this requiring us to have more software engagements with other companies as we've had in the past? Not saying that, no, I just, okay, sorry. Do you foresee that moving this to part-time to have us have more engagement with other software companies as we've had in the past.
So are you saying if Nancy goes part-time, will we use outside developers more?
Correct.
I'm gonna say, I don't think so. You know, part of the idea of using an outside developer has been, you know, when you hire somebody, you want to be sustainable. And we knew that spending reserve funds, we were gonna use them up. And I think the facts have been borne out that, you know, we probably, even though we spent more than we would have otherwise had to, the resources were not sustainable, and we used them essentially for one-time projects. And I would anticipate that we're going to, if we have a buildup of reserve again, then yeah, I can see using outside developers again, but not really any more than we already have. What I hope will happen, again, I could be dreaming, but I'm hoping that the result of the overall discussion about fees is going to end up providing an additional revenue stream, not just to individual counties, but to ESS as well, so that we can sustainably hire more developers to be on the team. You know, I would really recommend that, you know, we should be at 5 or 6 full-time developers with the amount of stuff that we have going on. And that's where I'd like to be, because I think if we could be sustainable at that level, we could be more responsive on a whole host of fronts, including customer support that you guys pick me up over once in a while. So I do foresee that we would use outside developers at the appropriate time for the right purpose, for things that were beyond the capacity of our current staff or our future staff. But I'd really prefer to have a revenue stream that would support more full-time developers. That's my attitude anyway.
Thank you.
How many hours will she be going to for part-time then?
I would anticipate that Nancy is gonna be between 20 and 25, certainly not to exceed 25 hours a month.
A week.
A week, yeah, a week. Thank you.
Really?
Okay. There are no more questions.
I do just have one more quick comment. I do think that this in and of itself is a win-win for us. A win-win for Nancy and her family, obviously. Family is the most important. And I think with the budget constraints that we are in as ESS, I think this is something that I can stand behind, and I do think it is a win-win for everyone. So that being said, I'll make the motion.
So Lindsay has moved to approve the offering Nancy the part-time software developer position. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Julie has seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Next item agenda is the employee handbook update, PTO for part-time staff.
Thank you. So if you would look to page 43 of your packet, you'll see two things. The first table shows our current policy for full-time employees. And this has been in place 20 years, nothing new about this. The employees of ESS, previously the Recorders Association, same thing. Number of hours accumulated per pay period, which our pay periods are 2 weeks. So per pay period, a person works, during that pay period, they earn not so much PTO. There are, limits in the policy, about how much they can accumulate, which in the case of a full-time person has been 240 hours. And then if they leave, they can't take it all with them. There's a limit of 80 hours that they can be paid for upon separation from employment. And we try to encourage the team to take their PTO. That's what it's there for. So why are we talking about this now? Well, before we had one part-time employee, and that was Corey. And then we had to make some changes, and Kristen became a part-time employee. And then by volunteer request, we now have Nancy, who's going to be part-time. So we have three, what I would consider to be professional positions, working part-time. There is value to the work that they do, and in my opinion, there's a case to be made to allow them to accumulate PTO just like any other person, but not at the same rate as a full-time employee. And so in consultation with our HR provider, which is Paychecks, formerly Oasis, we determined that the right thing to do was to make the accrual based on number of hours worked, not on the pay period. So if you work 20 hours, you accumulate it on an hourly rate. And if you were to do the math, if they ended up working 40 hours, it would end up being the same as a full-time employee, okay? So the rate is really the same, except it's not per pay period, it's by the hour. Another aspect of this is that it did come up in the conversations with Nancy, where she had hoped or expressed the hope to have the ability to accumulate PTO in her role. She is somebody that does occasionally make a trip to India, and PTO is something that she places a value on. And even though she's moving to part-time, she's a valued member of the team. She's done a lot of software development work for us, and it would be a loss to lose her entirely from the team because of her institutional knowledge. So I'm going to say Nancy was probably the main impetus to say, push me to say, you know, we really should do something like that. And then as we got to thinking about it, saying, well, how is Kristen different from Nancy? And how is Corey different from Nancy and Kristen? And then you also have to face the reality that you can't do it for a different one. Legally, if you're going to do something, you really have to treat people equally. So I couldn't do something for Nancy and not for anybody else. And then you look at it from a budget perspective and say, how is it more costly than anything else? I mean, you're paying somebody, you budget for a person working so many hours. If some of those hours are PTO, are you really spending any more than you otherwise would have? And so for that reason, I am bringing a recommendation to you to authorize us to pay or provide PTO accrual to part-time employees. I'm going to go ahead and address one other thing, and that is that, you know, once you start going into policy, you say, well, are there any other updates that I should make? And we currently, this is not new, have a policy to provide holiday pay for part-time staff. But we don't give them 8 hours a day, we give them half a day, okay? And Corey's been the one that has actually, this has been applied to because she's been the only part-time employee, but Christmas and Thanksgiving roll around, 2 holidays, 4 hours a day, because she's part-time. The reason I'm bringing this up is not because I'm trying to change policy, but I have to be honest and say that our current policy is a little bit vague, because it currently reads paid based on their normally scheduled straight time hours. Well, Corey's hours are never the same, and we really haven't done the math to say, how many holiday hours do I owe her? We kind of just have been operating on the understanding that it's going to be half a holiday. It would make more sense for us to just say that. And so that's what the amendment would do, is not change our current practice, but just say it in a different way, that if you're a regular part-time employee, that you would receive holiday based on their normal compensation for 1/2 of a workday. That's what it is. So that is more, in my view, a technical amendment that I'm bringing to you, not a policy change, along with what is a policy change, and that is authorize us to grant PTO to our part-time employees. I will stop there, happy to answer questions.
I just have a question. So let's say, Christmas falls on a different day than her 4 days of, one of those 4 days a week that they're working, or 5. Would pay them 4 hours, even though that's not their regular workday?
So let's say if it falls on a weekend?
Speaking to the holiday hours, yes, we would do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should be a good employer. And I don't see that paying them for PTO is gonna affect how much we pay them, because it's straight. But, the holiday hours, I think is a nice, I mean, I think we should pay them, for at least most of them. I don't want to pick all of them, but, I think we should be a good employer, and I think that's part of it. They're regular part-time employees, and they're valuable assets to our little company here.
I'm not a voting member now, but when I had part-time people, that they did get, if that was not their day they normally work, they did get, I think it was half a day, or prorated hours, if we had 37.5 hours, so ours is about half too.
I think ours is like that,
Yeah, prorated. So I personally think this is the right thing. I think you're gonna find out the trend is happening more and more, because our county just approved, time off benefits for our part-time people. It was a 3-year battle. Only had maybe 2 or 3, but my argument to my board of supervisors was their work is just as valuable as my full-time employees. And they pick up the slack when my full-time employees are gone.
Absolutely.
So,
Des Moines County, we just, like 2 years ago, redid our whole handbook with elected officials, department heads, and that was one of the big things, especially by the sheriff, and keeping good quality people. You can go anywhere and go work 20 hours, so you offer the benefits. So I am on board. So my question is, where the company may prorate PTO hours for employees working 30 to 39 hours per week accordingly. I'm not explain that.
Well,
I mean, is it minimum at the part-time
we,
has?
30 hours is sort of the top, at least my understanding that you're going to get the full-time, not to work at least 30 hours. And somebody who's working 30 hours, you would be considered a full-time employee. But if you're working under 30 hours, you're part-time.
if there are no further questions.
I do have
Go ahead.
a question. You had said, who worked with you on these numbers? I'm not saying that I disagree that it's not a good benefit, but it seems like a lot. So, and I mean, I did pull a few people, prior to the meeting, and I actually reached out to, the HR at the hospital. I know it's private, public, but, this is huge compared to what even they get. So I just was curious as where these numbers came from.
I thought so at first too, because I was thinking they get 11 hours in 14, but it's up to that, and it's PTO, right? It's not like it's just vacation.
Right.
It's
Vacation is,
Could be a sick day,
ours is separated
yeah.
ours is too. Yes, ours is too.
for everything.
And they accrue it as they work, hours that they work. Accrued. And so if they were here 0 to 3 years, it looks like at least they're gonna get 2 weeks vacation, 10 days and 5 days, if you just think of it that way. Most people get 2 weeks vacation the first year that they accrue it, and then it would be 5 days sick.
But I think, I will say, like Lindsay said, when I see that up to 11 days, almost 2 weeks, that's only 5 days less than the full time. Like, does there have to be, I mean, is that enough? Not enough difference, I guess?
But they only earning point
Yeah, they're
five
only
seven
doing the
five per hour work.
You want to look at the accrued.
And they can only accrue up to 11 days. So once they hit 11 days, they have to use it. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Right.
They can only accrue up to 11 days.
Where a full-time employee can
So calculate if they were
hours.
20 hours.
So they have to use it. But how they accrue it is like 0.05775 per hour, and up there it's 4.62 for every, how many hours they accrue per pay period that they worked.
Well, I wish I could make the argument to you that this is like based on some, national standard or anything. And there is some judgment here in terms of providing benefit. Obviously, to me, it's obvious to allow a part-time person to accumulate, the same as a full-time employee. I get that. Is there something magical about up to 88.5? No, there's not. I think what went into it is trying to make it more than a trivial benefit. It's a judgment call. If you want to change it, I would definitely not go below. I would not go below 10 days. But that's
I
up
was
to
wrong.
you.
I was wrong. I misspoke. Their number is higher, so I'm sorry about that. I was looking at the wrong line item. Fine.
It happens.
Seems very fair to me.
All right. If there are no other questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve the employee handbook update.
I do have one question, sorry. For the payment, when they get paid out, does there have to be like a notice given? I mean, like for the person leaving, to give a 2-week notice to be paid out? So that's how, a lot.
Well, the exception is
I'm taking my vacation.
if they're terminated, that's one thing. If they are terminated, but if they separate voluntarily, I don't. To me, it's you put a stamp on the benefit, right? And
I mean,
the hours
most
compared
would.
to 88, right?
Most would. I just didn't know if that
Yeah.
should be something that should be in there instead of just, like Julie said, oh, I'm leaving and taking my vacation time, accrued time with me.
You can only take 2 weeks.
So, still.
Yeah, but I mean, then they're just gone without a 2 weeks notice. That was a
I think that would then require us to look at the termination part of the handbook, wouldn't it? Because this doesn't include what the termination language is got to. I'm sure there is language about what
that's usually a common practice, but just
You do it in our county, give a 2 week notice, well, they get paid out different.
Yeah, what
In order to get their
it's not
vacation pay.
in that part, but I am sure in the employee handbook, there is a section on termination that states what are the procedures.
of a notice.
Well, the other thing is if they want to leave, they're not gonna be the greatest employees, we're gonna try to keep them here. They're not gonna be of any benefit to you.
And we have certain departments in our county too, that if you give a 2 week notice, you're done right then and there.
Right.
You'll get paid for the next few weeks, but pack your stuff and.
And there are some, I think Polk counties say you have to show up the last day.
Somebody requires 30 days for a deputy or.
So is there a recommendation to, you want us to go back and work on, a policy related to, separation, to say, have to give notice or?
Yeah. I think I feel comfortable approving this part, but maybe that could be something you could look at.
Okay.
Like sentence said, it may already be in.
Yeah, but I don't have an issue approving the, PTO.
So the motion would be to approve
Motion.
and recommend review of whether or not some additional condition be.
For separation.
I have
in the case of separation.
one more question. Those of you that are in the room, how many of you have PTO for those individuals? And what is that rate? What is compared to that?
Des Moines County does, but I don't remember what it is.
So is right, but I don't know.
We don't have
well-
PTO, we have vacation and sick.
Yeah,
There's a
vacation.
separate,
Well, sorry, ours is separate.
Yeah.
Ours is separate too.
I mean, Wapello has it, they don't get any sick time, but, well, actually, for part-time, our part-timers work 28 hours and they get 28 hours comp time or paid time off per year that they can use for sick or vacation. Our full-time is different, but our PTO, for our part-time, they work 28, they get 28 in a year. But that's all they get is 28. So no matter how long they're there, it's always 28 hours a year. I'd have to look at my handbook, Lindsay. I don't know off the top of my head.
Lee counties is based on how much time they worked the year before, and then it's prorated. But they do get both sick and vacation.
If it's the year before.
Polk County
I
is
w-
separate. Vacation.
I would just-
Sick leave.
I'd be curious to see where this lines up with the counties. Because I have Carroll counties in my hand right now, and after the first year with vacation, personal leave, and sick leave is 42.5 hours. After year 2 is 67.5 hours. And after 9 years is 92.5 hours.
Part-time or full?
Part-time. So
That's very generous. Who's?
The 42 hours,
County.
just
Oh,
over
Carroll
a
County.
week, so.
Okay. Mm-hmm. 40 hours for.
40 hours.
40 hours for the year, right? Or 42 hours for the year?
correct. So just under
Yeah.
just under 7 days, or 5 days, excuse me.
Week. Oh, yeah.
42 hours is more than 5 days, and they're working part-time, they get 42 hours in the first year.
No,
Part-time?
after a year.
Okay.
That'd be like 7 days for the year. So that'd
Well,
be,
40-hour work week is 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's eight times 5. But I mean, for what the proposal is up to 11 days, equaling 88.5. So that's almost double. So I guess I'd just be curious to see where this lands with government PTO.
Our vacation.
Maybe I'm in the minority, because that would be a first.
Worth it.
And I'm thinking of, so completed years students, I know in our county at one time, it was, you couldn't take any time for a year, which we thought that was too long. So we did cut it back to 6 months, kind of just, but obviously if you have 6 months' time at part-time, you're not really gonna be earning that much.
The state, our accrual is way lower too. We get, I think even full-time employees only get 2 hours of, 4 hours? I think it's 3 hours of pay period for the first 5 years. Full-time employee. That's not including sick leave, but.
For vacation?
Yeah.
Where?
A month?
Where's that at?
To accrue.
Yeah.
Sorry,
State.
So,
for the state.
Or 2.89 a pay period for the first 3 years.
What are your wishes? The options would be, if you're not comfortable with this, I would not want to wait a whole quarter to do something. So if you gave me some direction to come back with some variation, with the understanding that maybe we could have a quick telephonic meeting to finalize it, because I don't want to make the team wait.
Phil, are the hours, accrual hours for the regular employees, has that already been established? Is that?
Yes, that's already there.
Okay, so, I mean,
It's been that way since
yeah.
we hired our first employees, so.
So we're just talking about part-time. Yes, we're just talking about part-time employees, and we're basing it on what the regular employees were getting.
I'm comfortable with it the way it is. I mean,
I'm comfortable with it.
we're talking PTO, we're not talking vacation, sick leave, it's the whole ball of wax, so.
I'm just gonna calculate that out. If they worked 20 hours a pay period.
Then you have
0.05.
In Wright County?
They would get 1.155
They're separate.
Oh, no, here.
a day, or hour.
I know, that's what I'm saying, I think.
Oh, per pay period. You put 20 hours times the point,
It's per hour worked.
per hour worked, so they would get 1.155 hour for every 20 hours they work. Calculate
3 hours and
20.
3 hours a month,
Yeah, I think just as a reminder, I just, clarifying with Denise, is that there is no sick or.
It's all lumped together.
It's all lumped together.
3 hours a month.
So perhaps that's different from what the county
2.31.
used.
Yes, no, 2.89 is vacation. 2.31, if they work 20 hours, that's per month.
I'm fine with
13 hours.
If that helps you.
Make a motion to approve it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jamie has made a motion, is that correct, Jamie? You're voting? Jamie has made a motion to approve the, PTO as presented. Do I have
I'll second.
Julie has seconded.
I have a question.
Okay.
Are you including the technical amendment to holiday pay as well?
Yes, is that correct? Jamie, you want to approve it all? You guys want to do the holiday pay as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the PTO and update the current policy for paid holidays.
And that's to second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Sorry, I didn't vote aye.
No. Are you abstaining, or
No, aye.
you're voting aye for yes? Aye for no? Was my delay long enough?
I believe that, I believe that was Mel. Voted no.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Okay, motion has carried with one no. All right, are we breaking for lunch?
or do you wanna?
I would recommend you take it.
Okay.
How long do you want to take?
The shorter the better.
It's 12:30, you wanna come back at 12:45?
That's fine with me.
Okay,
Right.
so we're gonna hang up, we'll dial back in at 12:45.
You're gonna hang up and pause the recording.
Okay.
Right, Lawyer will continue on with policies and procedures. Review summary 331.606B.
Thank you very much. So, the way I would frame this is the standard subcommittee combined with the volunteers on the document formatting would hold a meeting at the end of January and reviewed the legislative draft policies for 331.606B, which is the entire section about that document for. So they got together and we have prepared a series of board discussion amendments to the chapter to go along with the work that they had previously done. And so what I'm sharing on the screen is a PDF version of that document, which I have subsequently annotated. And the annotations are just simply comments about the changes that were made. Make sure I'm looking at the right ones here. Sorry. I have oh, okay. And what I've tried to do is show the changes that were made or the comments that were made by the committee and the subcommittee and the working group. And so I do not want to dictate how we do this, but I would, and some of the folks that were in that meeting today, so feel free to jump in with any comments that you would like to make. But the way I would characterize it, it was just a very, very healthy discussion. No, kind of set it up. Hey, we're not making any decisions today. Let's just go through this, gather everybody's comments, see what everybody thinks, and then we kind of leave the discussion and go home and we think about it, and then we'll come back and visit about it again at the next meeting. And also, we've been sharing this with the governing board, the ESS, so that they have a chance to look at it as well. And then kind of what's in the background is that this is all a part of the modernization initiative, okay? And so we did that, and then subsequent to that, I prepared these annotations and had earlier this week shared it with the standard subcommittee and also the members of the working group, sort of with the general question, hey, did I get this right? Are my annotations correct? Do they fairly represent the conversation? And I'm making no conclusions except saying that I haven't received any negative feedback saying, oh man, you really messed up. And so we had these, and we wanted to share this with you and entertain any guidance or comments that you want to make. I know that you haven't had a whole lot of time to digest this, but we can approach this in a couple of ways. If you feel like you have had a chance to review it and you just want to focus on any questions you have or comments that you want to make, we can do that. and I'll, answer questions as you desire. Alternatively, if you feel like you want me to, I can go through each section, not in detail, but at least kind of highlight what was the main annotation, what was the main idea, and then we can take questions from there. Because it took us a good 3 hours, just with the standard subcommittee to get through all of this. So we don't have that much time today. So what would your desire be? Would you like to just have me sit back and say, what are your questions? And I'll do my best to answer them, or would you like me to try and condense a few highlights? Any approach that you would prefer.
I'm good with us reading through and asking any questions, if everybody else is okay with that.
Chat message from Pam. Thank you for looking at that formatting. Is it as clean and as fun as it should be? If corresponding name shall be printed beneath the original signature, it should seem as if the missing investment should be declined. But the last sentence seems to say otherwise. Is it not actually required unless you make a related verb?
So,
I think it's required.
I would just say, not intended to say that this is perfect, open for further edits and changes. I think there is one main idea here, and that is to make sure that when there is a reader is looking at the whole chapter, the document formatting section, is that they walk away with the idea that, hey, we aren't trying to set document formatting standards to set legal requirements. We're here because we want you to format documents so that we can accurately and properly place it in the public record. That's our mission. And so the whole purpose of the paragraph is to try and give that message. And then secondarily, we're trying to be customer friendly, sort of, maybe a little bit. And, when you use language like shall refuse, it sounds definitely very European to me. And maybe we should use the term decline instead. The main idea that the subcommittee gave was, hey, in the last sentence, which I have not edited this, I just annotated it, but the last sentence in the first paragraph says the county recorder may decline. And the main idea that I left with is, the subcommittee did not want to say may, they wanted to say shall. That if it's not in a form that I can have to perform my duty as a recorder, I'm going to decline it. So we're going to say shall there, not may. And I think the subcommittee kind of wanted to not be ambiguous, so ambiguous that it encouraged counties to have freedom to just do it any old way and not have any consistency. So those were the main ideas. If Ann or anybody has a suggested edit, it's not too late. Send edits. And we'll take it back to the standard subcommittee.
I have a question regarding physical form. That appears to be in there a lot. And I'm just curious as to what physical form, what's the reason behind that?
Well, there is a difference between physical documents and electronic documents. I know I've heard the idea, hey, everything should be the same, but physical documents, when you talk about certain standards like, can you use tape or not, or, how should it be affixed to each other? That's a physical document thing. That's not an electronic document thing. And so as you go through, particularly section 1 of this 331-606B, there are things in there that definitely apply to physical documents, not electronic documents. And when you look at the suggested updated language, it tries to differentiate between that. So it's not saying one or the other is better, but there are differences in processing physical versus electronic documents. Nancy and I have had a good argument with each other about other things that could be different, but we'll save that for a different conversation.
I feel like I feel like it's causing a double standard. And I know I've shared that in the past, but because I feel like the preparers of these documents are submitting electronically and over the counter by, like, when they prepare them, do they know that they're going to be submitted electronically, or if they're going to be prepared or submitted physically? They're not going to know that. So I disagree with the physical part of it. Then that's me coming as a reporter.
What I've got highlighted is the main example, really. I mean, the idea that something should not be permanently bound, be stapled, taped, or otherwise that there's no way, even the back side of a page, that those relate only to physical documents. Those issues do not even apply to an electronic document. So to me, the intent is to be more clear that you don't have to worry about these issues with electronic documents, just physical documents.
Actually, I think you're supposed to be any document that's recorded, and I thought it was the agreement when they did them electronically that they were going to be in the same exact formatting standards that they would be if they were coming across the counter. So they're stating when they electronically file that, it is only a one-sided document. That was the original understanding. That's the way
I think where there, but except where you can point out an error if I'm wrong about this, but the only time that there's a differentiation is where it's different. So 10-point size, that applies to everything. You know, most of the standards that are referenced here apply to everything. But where it doesn't, it's called out. That's the idea.
Granted, we're not going to know if it's a two-sided document.
Right.
Submit it electronically.
Right.
It's the only difference.
You can tell if it's a double-sided.
Sometimes it's a notary bleeds through.
Correct.
But electronic document is an electronic document. You know, no matter how it's started, when it gets to you, it's an electronic document.
Correct.
And not always.
I'm just saying that. I was always taught it was the understanding that
They have to sign an agreement.
the person that's submitting it is signing that those documents that they are recording electronically would also, that they would meet the same document formatting standards as a physically presented document. So therefore, they shouldn't, yeah. We wouldn't, like I said, unless there's no way to back,
Right.
we can't write that.
And I think that's why we went ahead and put,
The physical versus the electronic.
So are you saying there is like no need for the word physical, I guess, or what's the?
Well, I see where she's coming from, because I agree. I mean, it should, anybody that files electronically should have to file the same standard. Like, for instance, black ink.
Yeah.
Not red ink.
No, right.
I mean, they should agree to that. Obviously, we don't know, and we can't define it. But I just think if we're gonna set standards, we shouldn't try to differentiate and have two sets of rules.
Right.
But I want to start off right off the bat that I am totally, don't go for this shall. I still think it should be measured, because we have 10-point in here, and I'm not going to measure it. If it looks legible to me, I'm going to record it. So I would want to record it and say, I'm sorry, this is 8 points, not 10. So I would like to have the ability to record something that's legible and reproducible. I mean, it should meet the standards. I'm not saying it shouldn't meet the standards, but I would like to have the opportunity and the ability to say that's good enough. It's recordable, it's legible, it can be reproduced. Because I'm gonna get documents from the city, I get a lot of them, and they have copies that's gonna come out of black blob. And I tell them, this is gonna be reproduced as a black blob. Well, they have to record it, and they don't really care.
Yeah, they
Right.
don't, they don't.
Right.
Yeah. Documents have a map or.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if I say I can't record it, I mean, sometimes it's something that the city has to record. I gotta record it.
And if they want it recorded,
And if they wanna record it, and if
Then I'm
it's
gonna
a black
record it.
blob, then they go
Right.
to the city and get a copy. I just think that saying shall is way too restrictive for me.
We got the $10 non-standard for that.
Yep, but it says shall decline.
You could just take out the word physical and say each document. Yeah, we could take that out. It still is. Same, I guess.
yep.
Yeah.
We're still in the pattern of you just asking questions about the things you're interested in.
Okay, well, I'm in.
Are there any other part of the document you would like to?
I have another comment, on the part about the margin, the 3-inch margin or whatever on the top of the document. So this morning in preparation for the meeting, I had grabbed, for my Wayne records, I had grabbed a recorded document from each of the service providers. So if you look at this document, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is an e-submitted document. So you can see where the stamp is on there. This is a Tyler document, so you can see the size of the stamp and what that looks like. Here is from ACS, so that is from Keisha in Ringgold County. So that's what their stamp looks like. Here is Solutions, what their stamp looks like, and COT, what their stamp looks like. I feel like if we don't have some sort of standard for submitters to follow, I feel like this could become more of an issue than it already is. So I think that we do need to make sure we're taking into account for the different stamp sizes that we have amongst the different vendors throughout the County Recorders Association, as well as e-submission. Oh, I missed Fiddler. I'm so sorry. So sorry. But so I mean, realistically, you see the different sizes of stamps that are offered. So I'm sorry to Fiddler counties. I failed you.
I want to talk to that too, because my stamp, my physical stamp in the office is 2 inches. You know, and it talked about, what, 1.5 inch margin instead of 3?
Say 1.5 inches.
Yeah, so I guess I don't know where that 1.5 inch came from. It's like, I like the 3-inch margin.
Well, I guess what I'm confused a little bit because if you look at subsection 4, 4B, which is cross-reference where we were just looking, there is a standard stamp area size in this, which would be a blank rectangular space, 3 3/4 inches in width and 2.5 inches in height. And we set that in the code when we did the original surveyors project on surveys and plats. And the way we came up with that stamp area, which would be the same, is we literally had a former member of our team go through every county stamp and measure it. And we determined that every county's stamp fits within this area, even those who have larger size stamp areas because of barcodes and whatever. So if you couple the requirement for a stamp area, referencing back to this section of the code, you've got a stamp area that is big enough for every county's stamp. Now,
it's been a few years since we measured, but I'm reasonably confident since we've been implementing this with the surveys that it seems to have worked. My general observation is that, and particularly in e-recording, this is way more space than is necessary for an e-recorded stamp. So, to me, I think we've fulfilled, if your objective is to have a stamp area that's big enough for everybody to stamp, even the physical ones, pardon the use of the term, you have that.
What about refile?
In the case of a refile, I mean, are you ever assured of having enough area? So that's why we have opportunities to add a cover sheet. If you need to do it, if you're a submitter and you cannot, it's because you're refiling it and you realize I don't have enough area for for the stamp, then better be filing a cover sheet.
Okay, I mean, I get it, the 3 inches is always
Yeah.
nice, 'cause I just put it on the side.
Anyway, I understand the question, but I think the solution is specifying the minimum stamp area.
No need.
Right.
Other questions?
The only problem I have with that is we have documents that get re-recorded. You can tell they're re-recording them electronically, they just replace the first page and slap another one on it. But if we're gonna make this a standard for physical documents as well, I have people that re-record them. I have 3 mortgages in one day, they don't have that 3-inch top margin, I don't have a spot for my second label. And it's like,
Is the answer a cover sheet then?
I'd rather the answer be the 3 inches.
yeah,
I guess.
I don't want a cover sheet on the mortgage.
yeah. And then
Where is the request coming from, I guess, that it be smaller?
Good question, Natalie.
I'm sorry.
Where's is there a request that it go from the 3 inches to the 1.5?
Okay.
I think.
Do we have a specific request from somebody that says, hey, do this? No.
Confusing.
But the whole point of this team is that we're looking for ways to make recording easier, simpler, meet your requirements to have something that's recordable, but be customer friendly. And we know for a fact, I'm not making this up, that there are submitters that are putting information in the top 3-inch margin that still leave plenty of room for the stamp, but they may be declined depending on where you're going. And I would share with you that in terms of the people who participated in the standard subcommittee meeting, you weren't there, but like Carolyn, for example, I mean, she expressed a lot of interest, I'll just put it that way, saying, hey, I do not want to have to decline. I don't want to be violating the standards because I should be recording these documents. There's nothing wrong with something that spills over into 3-inch margin if I can still record it, was what she said. So we're trying to, in the big picture, say, what are the things that we could do to modernize that will persuade our stakeholders to support us in our efforts to improve and support a fee increase? That's where we're coming from here.
I get that and I understand it. I guess, it sounds like most are not in favor of that, I guess, so I didn't know how that was.
Well, how about making it up to 3 inches? Instead of 3
Well,
inches.
does anybody know, like, do annotations on electronic
3 inches or more.
documents?
You do?
I do. And I considered putting, I talked to my abstract company and they liked having it on there. I'm just thinking that's room too, where I put my annotation, is a 3-inch.
I think like everybody's used to the 3 inches, as far as the standards, all the submitters should be
So,
used to that 3
It
inches.
sounds like the issue is with a document that has something here,
Yeah, like that, you
and it gives you enough room for your stamp over here, give us the flexibility to say, okay, it doesn't have the 3 inches all the way across the top, but it has sufficient area for our stamp. So can we word it some way that says a minimum of 3 inches at the top, and as long as there is an area that our stamp will fit, don't give it a dimension, and just say as long as the area is there, the recorder may record it.
Oh, the top of that.
Okay, I'm gonna read all the comments we've got here online. First,
From left to
it
right.
was, Melissa said that, okay, Sue Meyer said you missed Fiddler to Lindsay, our stamp is small. Mel said, we have to cut our stamps on surveys, it won't fit without cutting it, and we determined, going back and forth, that it's only on the paper documents.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't always be able to tell that I'd cut it. Sue Meyer said, Carolyn, you can monthly change font size and label sizes within your software. Is that to do with, Carolyn, we may need clarification on that. Is that stamp size?
I think probably, I said something about if it's 8 point, just a 10 point, I might read it as legible and reproduce, right?
Right.
What?
Melissa,
I wouldn't want to.
let me keep going, please. Why change something that isn't broken? This is from Melissa. I rarely have to reject for that reason. And this was 3 inch for everyone on any document except surveys section corner, which we use the legend is clear and concise. And I have a lot of older attorneys who read these forms. They aren't going to even care about the smaller margin. Well, the top reason, the top margin reason that is, those who get covered will pay the $10 penalty. And I think, she said, I don't understand this discussion. Changing just to change isn't customer friendly, it's just change. Mel said she agrees. To pre-adopt standards, say recommended 3-inch top margin on first page, especially the right side of the page. I have one comment, which is Green State Credit Union, and I think we'll see more of it as time goes on. They use DocuSign, and the DocuSign information is always in that top margin. And in some counties, it is declined for that reason. In other counties, it goes through. And I see that as a customer, you know, this Hy-Vee sells it for this much, but this Hy-Vee doesn't. That's super frustrating.
That's frustrating, but again, I think that first sentence, if you put may, it takes care of that. I mean, if they want to go to Des Moines County and say, well, okay, we'll take this.
I think we have 99 people.
Right, and we're all gonna, but when you say may, that says I'm allowing you to do that. It doesn't say that you that we need that much. What if they still, well, it says I may have 3, and I only want to put 2, or I'll err on this side.
Well, it says I may
Yep, me
decline.
too.
You're still making it a standard, but I want to have the opportunity to record it if I feel like it meets all the other requirements. If it's
So you're saying may have at least, maybe say something that adds subject to this.
And I want,
Instead of shall.
and I want to record it if there's something in the 3-inch margin,
Yeah.
but I have room for my stamp, I'm going to record it.
And there's.
I'm not going to decline
And I
that.
think that's part of the shall word.
Yeah.
That's causing the issue. But if you say that they may have it, as long as there is room, I'm going to err on stamp. Of course, they're gonna keep up with how many counties that they're recording.
Well, I understand the
Yeah.
standards and I understand the requirements, but I also see that we're arguing over silly things. I mean,
Right.
it's not silly. We're arguing over things that shouldn't make a difference.
Right.
If there's
Right.
is something this big over the top, and I still have 3 inches that I can put 6 labels if I want, I would like to be able to record it.
I would rather record something than not record it, I guess, and go to court, or I
Or
chose
erase
not
the
to.
file state.
I'd
Or
rather,
erase the file
I'm
state.
always
It shouldn't be just try
I'm
to
always
get
gonna
this
err on the
Right.
side of recording it.
Yes.
And I don't wanna hold up a real
Me
estate
neither.
transaction or a mortgage just
I don't
because,
either.
you know,
I
you
agree.
lose your lien position
I
and,
have 2
you know.
points.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously could.
Go on and on.
Right.
All I
We
want-
could go on and on.
Right, all I want is just
More
A.
You need to realize that in addition to what Jolynn said, 99 county recorders, and I said, and then deputies and clerks and staff, that we have 99 county attorneys telling us their opinion.
Yeah.
Carolyn says, I like recommend.
No, there you go. Recommend.
Meyer, you will need to see the customer side if you are going to get a fee change and look outward more than what you want on all of this. And discourse, I wouldn't want anything less than 3 inches across the entire top of the page. And additionally, if you want to emphasize race to file, let's be sure it's clear that these provide the document details in a format that will stand the test of time.
I have a question regarding the customer side of this. Who usually pays recording fees?
I thought it was
Citizens, right?
Higher.
So I can count on my fingers how many times a citizen, not an attorney, not somebody who does these transactions on a daily, can come in and tell me how much the recording fee is going to be. They have zero clue. So I don't understand how we are providing a service to them. We are continually we're trying to better ourselves than we were before with digitizing records, making them more available, making them readily accessible. And that hasn't changed since 1985. I don't understand the need for all the other changes in addition to something that's already going to make a substantial difference to not only the county recorder's office, the budget, the service that we're being able to provide because we have more funding available. That's my 2 cents.
Are there other topics that are addressed in the draft discussion document that you would like to inquire about, or have you had enough?
Julie wants a vodka now. Yeah.
So,
I'll take whatever.
you know, I am cognizant of the time.
Well,
This is
You know, as,
what's the end game here? What are we trying to do by changing these? I mean, I get it, but I just think that the language is too restrictive. Consistency is our. Okay, consistency is great, but
And isn't it up for the times, I guess?
yeah, modernization.
Yes, modernization.
And I'm there with you, but I think that we also have to be cognizant of our job to record and not to just try to get this recorded, because we are a race to file state. And if, I'm not gonna stand there and talk to an attorney that needs to get this filed today and say, well, I'm sorry, but you have 3-point type at the top of that, and it's not 3 inches of blank space.
Right.
Right, yes, I'm not gonna either check it. So I just think we need, as far as the space is concerned, because apparently that's the part that is getting it, a lot of people. That it gets declined in some counties, and in some counties it doesn't. So,
well,
I would leave it, that's why I want the May.
okay. So, may versus shall, reasonable people can read things, okay? I'm gonna just give you a different lens, okay? Because in terms of kind of the spirit of what this first paragraph was intended to say is the basis for declining a document is can you do your job, okay?
Right.
And even if it says shall, okay, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here, that if you could say, I can still record this. If you're not impeded in any way to record, then may or shall gives you license to do just what you said you want to do, okay? So, what I heard the subcommittee, their idea, at least the way I interpret their discussion, it wasn't about trying to get you to be mean and reject things that don't have a reason to be rejected. What they were mostly concerned about, as I heard them, was if we say may, is that going to encourage too much variance and inconsistency? And if we say shall, is that going to contribute more to consistency? I can argue this both ways, okay? But if your preface is, if you can't do your job, that is, you can't record it, it's not recordable, I don't have room for my stamp, or something, it's not legible. If that standard isn't met, then yeah, I'm not gonna record it, I can't. Okay, that doesn't answer the question about the black blob, okay? Because you know that that's not great, but if they still want to record it, you can still do it because you've got enough space for your stamp. So, my recommendation to you guys is, since you may not have had as much chance as maybe you would like to digest this, is take this back and read through it with fresh eyes. You can look at the annotations that I added, or you can ignore them. Doesn't matter what you choose to do. And then offer some comments, and maybe even some specific edits to suggest to Megan and Stacy and Nancy and now Lisa as your leaders, to say, here's my 2 cents worth. Because I understand that not everybody may agree with it, and that some may think, I'm trying not to be specific here, that all of this modernization stuff is just a bunch of noise, we should just ask for a fee increase. You don't have to believe me.
No, I know.
But I swear to you, no matter how much your person at the counter says, oh, I would be okay with that, the association stakeholders are not going to be that easy, okay? There's an argument that has to be made. So, have we got it perfect? Heck no. I know there are ways to edit some of the stuff to make it even better, but you have to make the sale somehow. Being willing to change, being willing to modernize, and your chances of success are greater if you do that. You may not think it's necessary, but you got to believe me, it really is.
Absolutely, and I'm on board with that. I get it, and I think the modernization is a great avenue to go. But just 2 years ago, we got turned down to get a filing fee for groundwater hazard forms from our stakeholders. $7 for a groundwater hazard.
I love you all very much, and you don't want to hear this, but that issue was not handled properly. It just wasn't. I don't want to be negative, but, there's a reason why we went back later and offered an alternative, which ended up having unanimous support in both chambers of the legislature. Not one dissenting vote, because it was handled differently. So you've got an opportunity here. We've kind of set up stakeholder groups to kind of know this is coming. There's no surprise, ample communication in advance, and a chance to really, to do some good things along with making the sale. Okay, that's sort of the ultimate objective. I'm really trying to persuade Dylan over here
you know, to be an advocate for all of this.
Absolutely,
Okay.
and I am on board for being,
So,
trying to be, having a standard for all of us.
so I would encourage you to just take a step back, go back and read through it again. You know, it's not done. This is not the last conversation.
What if we use shall, and we say documents shall have sufficient space for recording information? I mean, yes, it's gonna be different for some counties, but that leaves the door open for, if you wanna take it with that over there, you know, you've got it. And they know, most of the people that record with you know how big your stamp is. And we know how much room that takes, and they know that.
So they're probably not gonna go in and change their template or whatever to make it smaller.
Well,
If I was asked what's the key.
Companies or something, like, to leave it how it is.
no, I'm
Right?
just saying, but if it says that shall have sufficient
Like, then
space,
you can take it.
then we can take it. That's the thing I think Lindsay has the issue with, and I have had in the past, the word shall.
Yeah.
Does it also say then you can decline it if there's not?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, sure.
so I'm gonna go back to the Green State example
Because that shall
with the document and information. There's room. Does that pass the?
I would pass it if it said it shall have sufficient space. What do you think of that, Lindsay? Just asking, because, and Lindsay and I kind of have similar things.
I didn't hear that. There's so much background.
I'm sorry. So if the wording was something like, documents shall have sufficient space at the top for recording information. Yes, they're gonna have to know what size your stamp is if they deal with multiple counties. But that allows those who wanna take it when there's something to the far left, or those when there's only 2 inches, if they have a smaller stamp, to still take it without feeling like they're doing something wrong.
I still don't understand what's the point of a standard if not everyone's gonna do the same thing? But doesn't that
Well, this would
open the
allow-
same question? I mean, because then I reject it because my county attorney says no, but down the next county over doesn't.
But if it
And-
says you have sufficient space,
Yeah.
or you're
Right.
late,
That change your county.
Right. I just think it's gonna cause more problems than what we already have, is my thing. And this is I mean, the recording fees at right now is a burden to county taxpayers. And with an increase of the recording fees would only burden those who are recording the documents, which is a small handful of, I mean, we recorded in Webster County alone, over 5,000 documents last year. That's 5,000 individuals. More compared to the 32,000 that live in my county that are all paying the recording fees, that are all paying to half of my budget. That's what I'm saying.
And Lindsay, I agree with you. I mean, I'm not saying that going for an increase in recording fees isn't a great idea. All I'm saying is about customer service as well, is getting the document recorded when it clearly can be recorded. Just because, I mean, just because it doesn't have 3 inches, or just because it has only 2.5 inches, or just because there's something, I think having sufficient, I mean, that's the one thing that seems to get everybody, is that 3 inches. I don't know why, but that seems to be one of the things that gets everybody, is that 3 inches.
Length.
Length, yeah,
all the way across.
all the way across.
What do other states do? Have we?
Other states are all over the board. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna read some online comments. We have from Carolyn in Lynn County, we have sovereign citizens who need to add a cover page often because even though our stamp will fit, it's not a 3-inch margin. I tell them it's code, but if it fits, it fits. We're still going to have inconsistencies in 99 counties attorneys telling us what they will back us doing. The consistency with they will not change the end result, in my opinion. And I think, Sue, your comment was about the recording of fees for groundwaters, that was a way different time and climate. If you can confirm, that would be great. Since it's asked Mel, are you suggesting using shall? Melissa said, I'm suggesting leaving the rules the same and moving our focus.
And I agree with Lindsay, a standard is exactly that and should state
our strongest intent for a good reproducible document. If the reporter chooses to accept lesser than the standard is their decision. Sue confirmed, yes, that is about groundwaters, so that it was a different kind of groundwaters.
I just want to interject that. I want to say thank you to everybody who's online, adding your chat comments. We are going to capture all of those comments. So even if we haven't read them out loud, it's part of the input that we're having here today. And if I may just say to my chair, we have other things to discuss. I would just request everybody to look at this and submit your comments to your board leaders and copy them if you can.
And if everybody's agreeable to that, I don't know if everybody heard Phil, if you've had a chance to review it and send comments to either Nancy, myself, or who's the other one? Lisa, Phil.
Or Megan?
Megan. Yeah.
Megan and Stephanie.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next one, which is data normalization, chapter 2.
Actually, Census was going to give a quick legislative update.
Okay, let's do that. Yes, you're up.
Ready or not?
So with the legislative update, I'm going to start first with ESS legislation. And people online, we will not have the form, we don't have the report, but I will send it to them. So as ESS, we have certain legislation that we support or are interested in, and sometimes that may be a bit different from the positions taken by Iowa County Recorder Association. First off was legislation of county recorders notification bill. This was a bill that was drafted by Senator Dickey, and it was really drafted to try and, yes.
Should I make a suggestion? If you set up by Lisa, you'll be closer to the phone with the people.
Here, I'll stand up for a little bit. You want to hold her, you talking about?
Can I throw out Senator Dickey? I don't think he's from Des Moines County.
He's from Jefferson.
I've never talked to him.
He's from my neighboring county, Jefferson.
I must have got it wrong. So first off is the county recorder's notification bill, and this bill was proposed by Senator Dickey with the aim of developing a property fraud system. We had a subcommittee where we discussed the issue. We also presented that the County Recorder Association are currently working on legislative priorities, and one of them is to, one potential one is on fraud notification. He accepted that, and he said he understands and he supports that there is some work happening in the background. And he accepted that he understands it might not be this year, but he wanted to have some language. And so I think we've reached a moment where we have a good idea that this is something that will come again next year. We also had discussion with the subcommittee, the person who was leading it, the chair of the subcommittee, and he assured me that it would not move forward, but they would leave it within the committee, but it would not go to the Senate. That is, and thus far I have not seen any change. And we just ended panel week. This was panel week. The second one is a ransomware bill, House File 554. It was proposed by a legislator, state representative, because they stated they wanted to make it difficult for attackers attacking different type of technology systems in Iowa. There was a lot of discussion about it, and really the issue of insurance related to it, the challenges of trying to set legislation, because ransomware, it's very technical, and when it happens, there are teams that deal with it, including underwriters, and it is not advisable to push forward with legislation related to that in the manner that it was written. We have not seen any movement on that as yet. The next one is House File 2299, Open Records Request Bill. This bill essentially states that public record is available and can be provided in whatever form the entity utilizes. So if there is a request for public record and it is on a website, you can just send the link to that website as opposed to trying to print it all out and email or mail. For as long as it exists in other formats, it can be sent that way. For Iowa County, for ESS, we support that, and I think the reason is under the accountability section of ESS, all minutes recordings are all available, including the site is a site where you can go to and access records without the need of having any type of work that is done beyond that. So that is the reason why our declaration there is to support it. Then another bill was on House File 2062, Open Meeting and Open Records Bill. This bill has had a change to it. It essentially stated there was a request for open records, and that request is not made, that there is going to be a penalty that will be paid by the entity, the recorder, or whoever was requesting for. And they had exuberant fines that were written here. And so during the discussion, a lot of this was discussed, and as of yesterday, day before yesterday, they did agree to increase the amount. And going to have the review board, information board, I think it's one of the entities that is suggested in that. And so that concludes bills that ESS supports. And these are bills that county recorders support. These are just things that we've already spent on the summary, but there hasn't been a lot of change on bills related to County Recorder Association. The first is Senate File 2065, which is the County Recorder Notification Bill that I just discussed. Recorders declared undecided, and as I stated, he had extended conversations with the committee members, with the head of the committee, which is Senator Green, with the chair, which is Senator Clemish, and we reached some form of agreement that this perhaps is something less to next year, since it is already one of the things that recorders are working on. The next was the Open Meeting and Records Bill, which is the same one. Recorders also declared undecided. And of course, I think one of the things I want to mention was that during the discussion, it was brought forward that even if there is a fine, most of the time it's the county that ends up paying, or it's the city or the state. It's not necessarily the individual who pays that. So that there was a bit of discussion on that. In terms of House File 2299, which is the Open Record Request Bill, recorders declared undecided. As we were discussing some of this, one of the things that came up was that the Land Title Association were looking at some form of change. They have not done any updated language, but we understand they have different ways of how they access records from recorders, and I think they want to see if it can continue in that manner or not. And so we are waiting to see if anything further will happen on that. The next are the compensation bills. So there's two compensation bills, one in the House and one in the state, the Senate. The bill essentially wants to remove the task of deciding on salary from compensation board and give that to the Board of Supervisors, County Board of Supervisors. And then it also sets a limit of 3%. And during the discussion, we brought a lot of issues. There was the Board of Supervisor member, County Board, ISAC, and I. And one of the things was that, 3% based on Consumer Price Index might change depending on how the climate of the economy is. And secondly, I also asserted that when it comes to elected officials, not all of them are paid the same. So for instance, recorders are at a different rate than other officials, and a 3% doesn't equal that or anything like that. It continues that whole process of where each person stands on it. And they understood that part, and I think, so in the Senate, the bill did not move forward. I was informed by Senator Winkler that they pulled it out, and so this is not going forward. I think it will continue as a discussion as it has for the past 3 years.
I was gonna ask, I feel like it's been in there before.
Yes.
Time.
Yes.
Somebody keeps throwing it back.
And it will continue. And then the last bill is a bill on the GM motor vehicle collision, and it has been a very interesting bill that we were, I've read up and down the Senate trying to discuss it with all the different members and with DNR. The bill essentially states if you hit a deer, you can go and get your police accident report, go to the conservation officer, receive a free tag. And then you can give the tag to anyone you want in use. You can also bring the tag to the recorder, and the recorder can issue it to whoever they want at their discretion.
Oh, man. So I can hit a deer? Wait, so if I hit a deer, I can get a tag and put it on another one?
Yes, and it's for 15 months. And so,
What? Your insurance, this was nice, just so you know, from Adams County.
and so as we discussed it, I mean, I know Senator Cheney has had challenges and she's had questions about issues related to deers. But then Shipley was the chair, and he said he's got 3 accidents already, and that's too many, and clearly there are too many deers.
That's another difference.
I mean, and so
She was the tag.
yes, and his vehicle has suffered damage. And so it was an interesting conversation, but one of the things we just tried to put forward was, what do they mean by discretion? And, you know, this is supposed to all be done for free. And so we said, oh, but how are recorders compensated for any of the service they do within this? Because what they do have now at the moment does not even, you know, account to a lot. So what does it look like?
Get 55.
So, and the other part is that with DNR has a depredation program study that they've been doing, and this year they will have the results. And so, although this has gone forward, I had various discussions with all of them about, you know, whether this was really needed, and the fact that there are a lot of different programs already that exist. For instance, the one for land that is damaged, farmland that is damaged from deer, there are already all of that. And that the language itself isn't very clear on what it's trying to do and where the role and what does its discretion mean. So I think it's going to come next year. He did say that he really wants more youth to hunt, and this is why he put the money there. And I think it's good. It might just be a work in progress, but clearly there is room to say, oh, maybe we can improve it and make it beneficial, or not, and we will continue with that.
How did the DNR feel about it?
So DNR stated the challenges. They're not, they can't necessarily say they oppose or agree to something, but they did state, you know, first off, we need to have a study because we have to agree on how many free tags we can give, and this is based on how many deers, and it has to be seasonal. You know, we don't have anything that's 15 months because the deer hunting season varies depending on the type of kill. And those are the things that he brought forward. And the fact that if someone is changing a tag from another, the tag is in your name. And so now there is a process of reprinting tags. And so recorders will be reprinting tags. And this is supposed to be also free, but there is a cost to it. And so DNR is and there is a that where those funds. So that ends final week, and that is really it from my end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So can I make a suggestion before we go on? Can we get data normalization and do the 2 ones that need approval in case we run out?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would propose that we do that. So we're gonna jump data normalization and go on to associated reference update, chapter 3, because it's an approval item.
So, my introduction to this is that, we've actually had this on the agenda for the last 2 meetings, and we're running out of time, so I appreciate you doing this. The policies, the 2 policies before you have been reviewed, I'm gonna say multiple times now by the standards subcommittee. It is, intended, to reflect many discussions we've had about enhancing the degree to which associated references are indexed, and also addresses the issue of postal identification numbers. There has been language inserted, particularly in the postal identification number section, that clarifies that the information needs to be present. That is, and this also applies to associated references, that the clarification is there's not an expectation that the reporter is going to have to research all of this stuff, that there is an expectation that on a document that the information be incorporated. The main exception would be with regard to a postal identification number that is newly created by a auditor, that if there is a subdivision or if there is a combination and a new number is created, then you might have to collaboratively work with your county auditor to make sure you have the latest, and then have that added to the index. I did send out one more appeal to the standards subcommittee to say, hey, this might actually get voted on. Is this something, do you have any further edits, any further comments? And not that they have a lot of time to answer my emails, but I haven't heard anything back. So I think this has been thoroughly vetted. And the other thing I would point out is it's been purposely written to go into effect January 1, 2025, so that we have ample time to communicate with everybody and have everybody get ready to do it. Otherwise, I would be happy to answer any questions and would request your approval.
You have those as 2 separate items for approval. Can we lump them together and do one motion to approve?
You can do it either way you want.
Do I have a motion to approve the policies and procedures for associated references, as well as the parcel identification standard, parcel identification number?
Here's feedback from Carolyn and.
Sorry, do we have any questions? I should ask that first.
Carolyn in Lynn County is saying that your auditor establishes the parcel ID as opposed to the assessor designation here.
Same with Polk County.
Yeah, that varies from county
I
to
think it
county.
varies from county to county.
Yeah, Polk does that.
And I have,
So it should be there, it should be auditor or assessor added in there.
Yes, I would think, yeah.
Or appropriate county office.
yeah, well, I have a problem with the parcel numbers, because I won't have parcel numbers until after the deed gets sent to the auditor's office.
Yep.
So how does that have to do in, actually, so we do not verify our transfer documents until like the auditor has gone through them. So it used to be they would just say the deeds are good, which would happen later on that day. They create a spreadsheet that they are already sending to the assessor and the treasurer's office that has the parcel, the document number, the legal and the name, and then any notes they needed. So they now send that to my office too. So as we're verifying, we're putting in that, copying in that parcel number. And ours is how we do. So, I mean, they're supplying us with a parcel number.
I think the Solutions counties, the transfer books work. They pull from me and I can pull from them.
But we don't.
We don't do it currently, but I think we don't do it.
But my question would be on there, if there is a change made afterwards, does it automatically go out to ILR?
Today, yes.
Resend it.
So if you make a change in your local index, if the service provider and you have done what we've asked you to do, any updates that you make should be automatically transferred. They should be. That's not entirely within our control, but
Just mean like if you didn't put that parcel number until later, where would it go? Out.
Well, it all depends on how many transfer documents. Right now, we probably have to put it 10 o'clock in the morning, but, it's the next day, for sure, at least. And it could be in the afternoon, because they're one day behind. They get our documents the next day, so it would be 2 days.
I think, I would just clarify that
It's not on the document.
there is an expectation that each of you have processes for error correction and review before something is final, and that is expected.
Okay, I don't mind, I mean, I think a long time ago, it used to be, this is way long time ago. What we did is we sent the deeds over to the auditor's office, and they would put the parcel number in there, and then they would come back to us, and then we would scan them and index them. So, in the case of that, we would have to, that's exactly what we would have to do. I mean, we could index them, but we couldn't verify them. So,
I think part of the reason for setting an effective date in 2025 is a recognition that your individual situations, you're gonna have to talk to each other within the county to figure out how to do it.
And if it's not on the document, you don't have to go look for it.
no.
So, it's only if it's on the document.
So how about, I mean, I would be happy to do this, but what if we try to codify it so that it has to be on the document, it has to be on a deed of transfer number, so that
Well,
the attorney.
in the discussion that we just almost had about standards, that is in there,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
What
Because
about
that
us
would be-
using
that
the
would be-
historical
that's how-
GPN?
Pardon me?
What about using the historical GPN? So like if it's a new subdivision, it's the eloquent original 40-acre tract and it's whatever GPN that was. And then on the next deed is when it gets updated. But using the original GPN, it's because it's not changed until after it's recorded. So really, if we're doing this for historical type of purposes, you'd want the original one recorded. And our auditor's office actually puts them in for us. They get our fee transfer sheet the next day and they input it for us. At this time, that may or may not change, but for right now, they take care of it for us.
And with Tyler, when we put it in Eagle, it transfers obviously over to their TCM or whatever the auditor uses. So by us, but we're putting it in for them.
So is the intent here that you can look at a document and get that parcel number and go right to the assessor's site and pull that parcel up? Is that what the intent?
That is one of the intents, so, I don't mean to take time about, because that is one of the modernization ideas, to reestablish our connection with the beacon system, for example, so that you could be on ILR, click on a link, go to the beacon site, or vice versa. That's what we hope to do.
But being a former assessor, you know, in the wintertime, when they're out checking buildings and whatnot, those transfers can sit for a month or two. I don't know.
If there's
From our
a split or
standpoint.
something done, depending on what tax year, which office is in, yeah, they can sit for. But I think it's more the historical. So when this deed is recorded, this is the parcel number that it has or doesn't have.
I think it's search by that too, so you can get a better view on land records of what's tied to that parcel number from a.
But I don't think
Land
you're
type.
always gonna be able to do that, because.
No, it wouldn't be reliable,
Yeah, it's not gonna be reliable at all.
Well, similar to, you know, the counties that have property searches themselves, you know, there's always limitations to it.
Okay, so do we want to lump?
We have some online messages here real quick. So first from Carolyn, she sent it over to make sure that it's changed. Somehow auditor needs to be included, okay?
I think she's talking about the
72.
parcel identification number.
So we've got two, and it continues to the next page, 3.10, section 4, to make sure auditors, somebody said appropriate, I'm gonna let you figure that out.
Well, you might, is the proposed amendment to say county or city assessor or auditor?
Carolyn, are you happy with that? Nod your head, wave your hand.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Erin said same thing, the auditor signs, parcel IDs here, but for splits and combines, that's the assessor. Pins aren't assigned sometimes for weeks. Sue, I believe you'll be entering them after recording and they come back from the auditor, have the auditor enter it on their side. Mel, she has to leave it too. I have a problem with this. Has conversation been had with requiring them to provide us with this information? I know our county is looking at staff cuts, and this would be additional work. I'm not sure they would be willing to provide this information at no fee or have the staff to do so. Sue said yes, that is it. Sue, do you mean requiring the PIN from the auditor and requesting this from the service provider?
I think she left already.
Yeah.
Okay, ours comes from the assessor, that's from Lindsay. So,
But, sorry, another question too. Was the whole point of this though that the preparer would have to put it on the document?
You don't have to go.
If,
We wouldn't have to necessarily get it from another office,
okay,
correct?
the discussion among the standard subcommittee is if it was a reference to a existing parcel, okay, so you're conveying property, party A to party B, there's no subdivision, the parcel ID is known, the expectation is that the submitter preparer would incorporate that into the document, okay? That's not possible if there's a subdivision. They don't know what it's gonna be until after that is done. So the expectation there is that county offices collaborate with each other and share the knowledge so that it can be put in the recorder's index. That's the expectation. And it may be different, the process may be different in every county. You know?
But I went ahead and started doing it, not on the document, but the auditor was already, makes a spreadsheet and gave it to two other departments, the treasurer and the assessor, so she just now includes me in on it.
But I think in Mel's point, we don't have to go back. This is not requiring us to go back and enter,
No.
I'm not going to.
No.
That was what we thought,
Right.
no, we're not,
Right.
once that's assigned, I'm not gonna go back and look that up.
No.
But
No, I don't want to.
It's on there, if it's not,
Right.
don't worry. Yeah.
Already have.
So I wanted to ask something. She talked about whether it would require more work to be done. I think when we look at what the role of the assessor is, part of it is assigning tax identification and person numbers. And the assessor is elected separately and has a separate structure from other elected officials. The assessor is not elected. And so I think they have a different assignment that makes it possible for them to provide such service based on their role and responsibilities in the code.
Well, what I'm reading here is all parcel identification numbers associated with the property which is described in the recorded conveyance document shall be archived.
Meaning if it's on the
If
document.
it's on the recorded
On the
document,
document, you.
then we should, and I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with changing how I do things either, but I think there's gotta be, it's gonna be not, it won't be verified as quickly as you'd like.
Verified.
No.
If they put a wrong one on there.
I mean, the easiest way that I could see to do this is if it's on there, we'll put it on, in there, and take copies of the deeds and conveyances and give them over to the auditors, have them mark it however they wanna do it, and give it to us at their convenience. That way, we can still get things verified, we can still get things scanned in, but not require us to have parcel numbers on there right away. Because we can certainly add them in there later, no matter how long it takes, correct?
yes.
I mean, I think it's a good idea. I don't have a problem with this. I just don't want it so restrictive that I have to have it there like the next day or 2 days later. If I can get them verified, because I want the deeds online and verified. So if they're there and they can get we can get the parcel numbers a week, 2 weeks later.
And this is why the standard subcommittee added the phrase in 310.2, as soon as possible.
Yeah,
No, without being specific.
I got that. I saw that.
Okay.
Oh, not right away, but I saw it.
We do want to change the language in that same section to be assigned by the appropriate county office instead of county or city assessor. Cover any county that would have a different besides assessor or auditor.
The only question I would have is that I would encourage that the identification numbers that are provided are the same, okay? So I don't know enough about auditors and assessors to know if they keep two different sets of numbers, but it should be the same, whatever it is.
I don't know, the numbers the same throughout the whole entire county.
Yeah, but I thought.
I've heard of different ones.
I think the changes that some counties use the assessor, some use the auditor.
Right.
That's why it needs to be included. So is it good if you have county or city assessors?
Or county auditor or assessor.
Or appropriate office?
I would just say, from a technical perspective,
County
the
auditor.
way the data schema is structured is there are different types of ID numbers, okay? There are tax identification numbers and depending on the state you're in, you might have a Torrens number. In this case, we're looking at a parcel identification number that is not a tax number.
Right.
That's the number we're looking at. We don't want it to be confused with other types of ID numbers from other offices.
No, my treasurer uses the parcel ID number the same as the.
Yeah.
You were in that meeting. I don't remember it being this way. I would definitely have said, I am not going back and adding a number. That's not, I index what's on a document. It's not on the document. I'm not gonna go back and add it once they tell me. That's my memory of that meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that it shall be added, not by us.
I thought so too.
And they don't get in my index.
Back to the
Like
ones,
if they
or
do-
do ones that don't have one on there.
Like when we first get this, they don't necessarily, if we have something that doesn't have a parcel ID number and they split and they do this later and assign it later, I'm not gonna go back in that document. I am not gonna do that.
I'm not
It's not on my document, I'm not doing it. So I don't think
And
what
that's
we said.
that's not the intent.
Well, okay, but that's what it sounded like.
Okay.
So shall we split, can we split
Yeah,
this too then?
let's split this and go with the associated reference.
Sorry, that's
Okay,
okay.
it says shall be,
That's, I agree. I don't like shall.
Okay, so we're gonna amend. Do I have a motion to approve the associated reference update to chapter 3?
I will move to approve the associated reference update chapter 3.
I will second.
It has been moved by Julie and seconded by Natalie to approve the associated reference update. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
So I am to understand nothing is happening on the game. We'll have it, we haven't voted on that
Got
yet.
this one out of the way, so we can.
We separated it.
Yeah, it was originally ready to go.
I thought we'd at least get one done.
Is there a motion to approve this, table it for appropriate changes?
I will move to table it for appropriate changes, if anybody else wants to.
I would second that.
Okay, it has been motioned by Julie and seconded by Denise to table the parcel identification number update for, further changes to be made.
May I make a friendly amendment to the motion? Would you be willing to make the motion to refer it back to the standards subcommittee for appropriate changes? And then, you don't have to include this in the motion, but here's what I do. I hear two changes. One is you want to refer back to this auditor and the assessor or the appropriate office, whatever that ends up being. And then I also hear Nancy suggesting clarification that it's stay forward, right? Those are the two things I heard that you want to address.
Correct.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Well, then the motion to include those changes that those.
Wait, I didn't understand it was day forward.
Forward. I'm saying, if you give me a deed today and there's nothing on there, and then they come back and they say, we've now given this a parcel ID, I'm not gonna go back. I'm not gonna they're not gonna tell me to go back and add that.
She's only gonna index from that document.
I only index what's on the document. I'm not gonna go back and add.
Okay, well,
I
that
mean,
is,
they may.
that
they
is
can't.
different then.
That's
So,
yeah.
I accept that as an amendment to what will be discussed further.
Okay.
How about that?
So refer that to the standards committee?
Yeah.
We're gonna be
Yeah.
back to
Refer it back to the standards.
Hey, is that like in a code section anywhere about as far as general practices, what is indexed and what not?
I don't think parcel ID numbers on there.
Well, right, I just mean, we've always been under the impression, yes, I'm only gonna index what's on the document. You tell me if
Right.
that's how I'm putting it in. As far as adding something.
Okay.
I don't mean to add to the conversation, but just to clarify, okay, the expectation is that if there was a parcel ID number and it hasn't changed, it's just conveying property, it should be on the document, you would not have to go back, okay?
If it's on the
But
document.
if something changes and it doesn't happen the same day, the expectation would be that you would have that. Okay.
I'm not going back.
Okay, well,
If it's not on that day, I'm doing what's on that document that day.
I respect your opinion.
Well, that's because that's what we do. We index right on the document.
So if I
I don't go back and add a
conveyances
signature.
and I send it to the auditor's office to give me a parcel number and they just give it back to me, it is not on the document and it's not gonna be indexed, or it's not gonna be scanned with that number.
Right.
I would just suggest
Yeah,
to you
no.
that,
So that's something.
with kindness and love, that you are not fulfilling the objective of making the record searchable by postal identification number. If you define not to, even when it's a recently recorded document, you decline to include that, it's not gonna be searchable.
So if a guy doesn't include it on his document, we have to record
But
it.
they don't know, if it's a subdivision, they don't know it when they submit it.
That's right. I mean, some systems will cross it, but mine won't.
Yeah.
We can't because of, well.
Okay, so I have a motion on the
North.
floor to defer the parcel identification number, policy back to the standards committee to make the appropriate changes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
One more time, keep going. All those opposed, same sign? Motion carries.
I say no because
A comment from the
committee. No, I'm just kidding.
In the LRMS.
If it's on the document.
Is that right, Sue? If it's on the document? So index is president or?
What is the goal?
Okay,
What is
I would like to just make a couple of report items abbreviated, and we'll go. The first is, I do encourage you to go back and review the normalization memo, okay? There is significant change represented there, and you need to look at it. And the reason is because there are some who have suggested that we go back and re-enable the summary legal description field for searching. And our team has discussed this and do not believe that is a good idea. That our objective should be to ensure that information has post-location information in it. And this memo describes a process where we, Iowa Land Records, could help solve that issue. It is important because the value of that legal summary description as a search tool is very limited, and only very few people use it. But we respect their interests, and we want to solve that problem. So please take a look at that. Second, skip ahead to
I'll take you to the page. Skip ahead to page 76, 77, and 78. Okay. Not asking for consent or agreement on this today, but each of these paragraphs represent a very substantive project that we believe would be an improvement for the benefit of both recorders and customers. And we would represent it as a potential element of a modernization initiative that ultimately might be presented to the Dallas legislature. I really encourage you to look this over. And each one of these, it's our intention to develop a project plan and a budget to go with them. And we would share this with you as well as stakeholders to see if they're interested in having it done. Some things that you have mentioned today or mentioned in previous meetings, the idea of reconnecting our systems, that's not a small project. We're going to be dealing with different people, I think it'll be to begin to formulate a project about what that would look like. Oh man, there are so many elements to that. I don't have time to describe it, but we are. The idea of having a notification system for property is not a trivial thing. We have developed the idea further, and as you requested, have incorporated the idea of an in-search. And we believe we can incorporate it with the new search application, that we don't have to invent something completely new. There will be new elements added, but it is substantive development work. Costs money, developer time, as do every one of the things in this list. We are excited by this list because it represents really significant improvement in the value of our records as well as recorders' offices. So I just want to encourage you to take a close look at it. Do not leave this room and say, they never told me. It's right here in black and white, and we'll be elaborating on each of these ideas, so we encourage you to look at that.
And I'd like to say congratulations to the Standards Committee because I like the way this is, I know that we're trying to get our fees increased. And instead of going in and they have an increase from 1,900, it's better to have a plan. And this is the reason why. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm not there. I like the fact that you're going in a different direction than we've normally gone to ask for an increase in fees. We deserve an increase in fees, but we should show a different reason why we deserve a different increase in fees. Yeah. So I like the way you're going, but I don't want to become more restricted. I don't think our stakeholders or our citizens are going to like it if we say shall, and we say, just try to get this recorded. I want to be able to have a guideline, absolutely, and I don't mean a guideline, I want to have standards, but I want to be able to say, hey, this, I can record it, this is legible. I don't want a shall, I want a may, and that's why, because I believe we're going the right direction, but we're going the wrong direction when we say, well, I'm going to charge you an extra $25, or I'm going to charge you an extra $10 because you've got a little bit of type on top of your 3 inches margin. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to, because I believe that there will be people who will say, Polk County doesn't do it. I don't want people to come to me, I don't want people calling me and say, why did you charge them? I want to be on the same page as all of you. I do, but I also want to be able to service my constituents.
And then the last thing is, I refer you to pages 83 and 84 for Corey and Lisa. I provided an update on the transition to
the new search application. I know there are those who suggested that we make changes about how many documents an individual user can use, or some other things about that. We're open to change, but we can't do it right now. We just can't. It's only been 2 months since we started the individual search application, and we just are not getting enough pushback from customers to say, oh, this isn't working. As far as we can tell, it's working. If you didn't know it, I want to make sure you know, leaving here today, that we have a process in place so that if an individual comes to us and says, hey, I need temporary access to more records because I'm working on a genealogy project or whatever, we have the means to provide that permission, and we are doing that. So we're not saying no, but there are elements of this that we, just because we have too many other things to do, we can't say yes now.
So if you read the memo, you will see people who have asked and what we have granted them. You know, so we're not, it's going to be very rare that we say no, we understand. I'm Mr. Bayer working on a project for the state. Happy to help you, you know. We'll make that work. We can adjust it. We've got a form. We've got a form for individuals and organizations. We put a tickler on the calendar to remind us to change it back. So remember, everyone, recorders have unlimited everything. All users have unlimited searches and unlimited index views. Where you get in trouble, so to speak, is image views. And that goes back to the question that came in this morning is, will they be kicked off forever? No. When midnight hits, they have another 120 images, or another, if they're a business user, another 10.
Back at midnight. So, if I'm an individual user, like an attorney, who signed up as an individual user, does he need to sign up as a business? Can he do that under like?
If they're a business.
I mean, he's a legit person. I know him. And he can only get 10 searches a day, and he
can get 10 images. He can have how many searches?
10 images.
Yeah.
So he would have to.
Application.
Okay.
And you don't have to deal with them. Tell him to call me.
No, I will. I just talked to him the other day, so. Andrew Zimmerman.
I don't know him, but send him our way.
But there are cases where Corey and Lisa have talked to somebody who registered as an individual and then figured out, oh, you're a business, you're not an individual. Let's get you switched over.
Right.
So,
Jamie?
anyway, I thank you for your patience today. We have more to talk about, but this is the first.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Great job.